compared various software products doing the same thing on the exact same hardware, looking at how much energy they consumed. This is a comparison of two word processors. They only identify one as proprietary and one as open source. Open source is on the left in green, and the proprietary one is on the right in blue. And what they found is doing the exact same thing, the proprietary word processor consumed 4 times the energy compared to word processor 1, the open source one. They don't identify what the software is. You can probably guess.
What was the platform? Mac or Windows?
I think it was Windows,
okay,
if I remember correctly. So they find that 4 times more energy consumed to do the same thing. For a single user, this may not be that significant. We're not talking about huge numbers here, but you can't think about this in terms of individuals. There's a word processor in every university, in every home, on every laptop, right? The numbers add up once you start to scale. And I want to do a back of the envelope calculation. This is taken from a course from the Hasso-Plattner Institute about sustainable software design, in which it's just a simple calculation looking at what happens when you take a 1 CPU second reduction in a program, what that means in terms of energy consumption when you scale it up. So in this example, 1 CPU second reduction is the equivalent to about 10 watt seconds. So you save 10 watt seconds for each transaction. If you multiply that by 1.5 million users, it's not very many. Many software products, you have many more users than that. But let's use the numbers that are used in the example here, and assume that there's 20 such interactions that have that 1 CPU second reduction for 230 working days a year. That's the equivalent to 19 megawatt hours savings. Now, 19 megawatt hours, what does that mean? To give a comparison, if you were to take an electric vehicle, a modern one, drive it from Paris to Beijing, you can go back and forth 19 times from a 1 CPU second reduction. Okay, so these numbers add up once you start scaling it up. And I've been using this example and giving this talk now for about 1.5 years in the KDE Eco project. And I've been trying to convince people this is important and we should think about these things. If I can convince 500 developers just to get 10 of those reductions, right, and you multiply that out, what you end up with is roughly the energy equivalent of 30,000 two-person households, so a small city. These are achievable goals, right? These are not unachievable things, and they make a difference when you start scaling it up. Okay, so now I want to talk about conservation. This is data, it's a bit old now, it's from 2016, but this is what I have, looking at the e-waste. So we're talking about conservation. Let's talk about where our devices land when we're done with them in the bin. What happens, so how much is that, and what's the contribution to the environmental harm? The estimate in 2016, and these numbers are only going up, is that the amount of waste would be the equivalent to the material to build 4,500 Eiffel Towers. If you were to stack those Eiffel Towers, that's roughly the equivalent to the height of 17 Mount Everests. Okay, and this is in 2016. There's already a huge increase in the numbers I saw for 2019, and certainly only going up. Did you have a question?
I was just wondering if that was a per year, like just for the year 2016.
This is just for 2016, yeah. And what's worse, the numbers get worse. Only 20% of e-waste gets recycled, or less than 20%, so it's not very much. And of the waste that's in a landfill, it contributes about 2%, but it contributes 70% of the toxic waste. What does software have to do with this, right? That's hardware. Software plays a role in how long you can use hardware. So software-driven hardware obsolescence, abandonware, planned obsolescence, you have notifications when you have the newest update that says this device is no longer supported. I've had this happen to a couple family members and have convinced them to switch to Linux because of it. Bloat and feature creep means the software is getting more and more, requiring more and more from the hardware. Device doesn't meet minimum system requirements. What this means is that new devices are produced and shipped unnecessarily. These are functioning devices. And functioning devices end up discarded as e-waste. It's a software problem. Not all of it, but some of it is, right? And a big part of it is. And this should be way more scandalous than it is. That people tolerate this is unbelievable to me. To get an idea of what that means in terms of contributions in greenhouse gas emissions, this is from a report from Apple. I got this from a book called Smarte Groene Welt. It's based on the actual data from Apple itself. And I'll translate the German. The production of an iPhone Model 7, this is from a few years ago, I think 2019 was the data, was 78% of the greenhouse gas emissions of the device over its lifespan. The 18% is for the usage, and then transport is 3%, and end-of-life treatment, Entsorgung, is 1%. If you just take the transportation, end-of-life treatment and production, you're over 80% of the contributions of that device to the greenhouse gas emissions of the device over its lifespan. Okay? So it has a huge, production has a huge environmental impact. End-of-life treatment has a huge, sorry, there's a comment?
How many years was the expected lifespan of the device?
I don't know, I'm sorry. If anyone else knows what the...
4 years.
So I think, yeah, I think something like 4 years. I was going to say 2.5 to 3 years is like the average lifespan of, but I don't know what those numbers are based on.
I think the average mobile user upgrades every 2 years, right?
Okay.
Regardless of the lifespan, it's probably getting thrown away much sooner.
Much sooner.
Yeah.
Also resale, so maybe it's working.
That's true, yeah.
But I'll look it up. It's a good question. And I don't know what the data was that they used for this particular calculation. Environmental impact of end-of-life treatment. This is a picture from Ghana, where many devices land. It's one of the many countries, non-Western countries, where our devices end up and then get dismantled, and metals that can be extracted, they try to extract them. This has huge costs to the health of the people doing it. Many of these metals are toxic. Has huge costs to the environment in which they're doing it, to the air, to the water, to the soil. Yeah, there's an environmental cost of discarding our devices, and if it's done unnecessarily, we should try to prevent that. And I think there's an important discussion to have, and this is looking at, so there's going to be a point when less efficient hardware is actually going to be contributing more than getting a new device, which is more efficient in running. And this idea of relative harm. So like there's a sweet spot where you want to upgrade to more efficient hardware because using it will actually consume less over time, right? But those are very difficult numbers to calculate. We need some data to have an understanding of what's the relative harm when we're talking about making choices, right? And this I just wanted to give as an example. This is for e-readers. This is again from the same book, Smarte Groene Welt, in which they look at what would be the, at which point does buying a paper book outweigh the costs that it would take to produce an e-reader, right? An e-reader you can read hundreds, thousands of books on, and it's one device. So you produce it once, and then you have that opportunity to use it for a very long time. This calculation, they looked at the production of one e-reader. The numbers they have here is it takes 15 kilograms of different materials, many of them non-renewable metals, 300 liters of water, and it contributes about 170 kilograms of CO2 to produce one e-reader. The environmental harm equivalent, according to this estimate, would be if you read less than 30 to 60 books, depending on the size, assuming you don't share the book, it is better to have the paper book. If you read over 30 to 60 books, it's better to have the e-reader in terms of the environmental harm, okay? One of the things I want to point out here, because I'm talking about software, is what is the lifespan of these devices? Yeah.
A year or in total? A year, right?
In total. This is over the lifespan of the device in these calculations. I looked online. Wikipedia has an article about e-readers, and there's 71 devices listed as unsupported. And of those, they have intro year and end year, start year, end year, whatever. That's on average 1.5 years. right? So I don't know what that means in terms of software support for those devices. I'm assuming it's not very much longer after those end of support for the device itself. I also looked at a Gallup poll to get some ideas of, so Gallup is a polling agency in the United States, probably internationally, but I know from the United States. And they had a statistic, and I think it was 57% of US Americans read between 0 and 5 books a year, and 15% read between 6 and 10. So that's about 80% of the population. Assuming for that population, what they would need to use a device for at least 10 years to get the environmental, relatively less harmful choice, right? Most people probably aren't doing that. And in fact, the authors have a nice quote in which they say, "It is questionable whether all e-readers sold before they break or become technically obsolete, again, are used so intensively on average that an overall ecological benefit is achieved." Right? This is one example. I think it's a nice example because you can make a direct comparison. Smartphones are much harder. You do a lot more with a smartphone, or e-read is for reading books, so you can compare to one object. The point I want to make here, though, is that we need data, right? We need a way to estimate what is the relative harm so we can have this conversation. Which gets me to the next topic, eco-certifying desktop software. So who here is familiar with the Blue Angel eco-label? So most of you. So sometimes I start this talk by asking, what does the Blue Angel back up. What does toilet paper and software have in common? They can both be eco-certified. Blue Angel is most well known in Germany and in German-speaking countries for certifying paper and toilet paper and other paper products. As of 2020, they now eco-certify software. Many people are surprised that there is such a thing as eco-certification for desktop software. What does that mean? And that's what I'm going to spend the next part talking about, and then digging into what the criteria are and how free software fits in with that. One thing about the award criteria is they're very well aligned with FOSS values. You don't have to be free and open source software to be eco-certified with the Blue Angel, but they're recognizing that transparency and user autonomy are crucial for sustainable software. The award criteria are in 3 main categories: resource and energy efficiency, measuring your software, publishing the results, potential hardware operating life, keeping devices in use, and user autonomy. So to take a look at this a bit more in detail, the resource and energy efficiency requires measuring your software in different ways. One is idle mode. How much energy is consumed when the software is running idle? We're going to see in a second an example of how that really can make a difference, as well as standard usage scenarios, defining what is a typical use case of that software, what are the most frequently used functionalities, defining a 5-minute long usage scenario, measuring it, doing it 30 times, getting the results, and publishing it. Also requires identifying what are the minimum system requirements to run that software, as well as does it support energy saving modes. For potential hardware operating life, they require that you demonstrate it can run on hardware that's at least 5 years old. I think that's way too low. That's 2018. I know myself and several other people are using computers that are much older than that running Linux. And the user autonomy criteria, which include things like uninstallability and modularity, continuity of support, documentation, support for open standards, uninstallation, how do you do that, privacy policies, transparency, is it open source, offline capability, can users choose to turn off advertising? And I'm going to dig into each of these in just a moment, but I just want to say that KDE is very proud of Ocular for being the first eco-certified product in the global eco-labeling network, of which Blue Angel is one of them. So good job, Ocular developers. Went through the process of documenting compliance with the award criteria that you just saw, submitted it, it took a few months, and we're eco-certified. So software design for the environment. So I'm going to go through these different criteria and try to pull out how they relate to environmentally friendly software design. I'm going to start here looking at energy consumption, hardware performance, and uninstallability and modularity, and maybe something related to offline usage. I'm not sure, and you'll see why in just a second. What's my time? Oh, I have plenty of time. Great. Software, Linux users are, we take it for granted that you can uninstall things, right? Like, this is obvious to us. I don't think anyone thinks about the fact that you can just write, a command and completely remove a piece of software and all of its dependencies, and leave all of your own data at the same time. This is something that, again, not all software allows, and when you have all of those components that accumulate on your device, I just need to check my notes here, what I wrote. So you have, you're wasting processing time when you start the application, maybe when you're running the application because it's doing things that you don't want. You're adding disk usage to your device. You're consuming storage. You're maybe causing delays in use of other software. It's creating inefficiencies. And when you think back to the example here of the 2 word processors, right, how much of what's happening in the proprietary one are things that people can't decide to remove? Right? The modularity requirement says that you should be able to install what you need and not more. The uninstallability says if you don't need it, you should be able to uninstall it, right? How much of this is contributing from things that users don't have a choice to remove from their system? Here's an example from that same report. This is looking at the word processors over time. So the x-axis is showing the seconds, y-axis is showing power consumption. And what you see here, I'm going to focus on everything that's happening at this sort of blue line. This is the point in time when the word processor saves the document and goes idle.
There are like same conditions. Imagine certain proprietary software maybe saving stuff to OneDrive compared to just local save on the open source version. So do they actually like disable the, maybe cloud save and so on? So are we talking really just right to the disk, nowhere else, nowhere to the cloud?
Yes, this should be, yes, only local computing. Yeah, yeah. What's being measured here is the,
That's fair.
yeah. And maybe I should mention that, and I will come back to this in just a second. The way they're measuring it is they have a system plugged into an external power meter, and the data is coming from that external power meter. And this is when looking at what's happening over time, doing various things. The most important one I'm going to focus on here is the point in time when it's saved and goes idle. You can see on the bottom graph, which is the open source program, the application does in fact go idle, right? It stops doing things. And the proprietary one is doing a bunch of stuff. And what it's doing is not outlined in the report. I don't know that it's that easy to find out. I mean, maybe you could find out in indirect ways. If it were open source software, you could take a look at the code and try to figure out what's going on here. Proprietary software, you can't do that. Proprietary software may not give users, the user's dependent on the vendor to decide how they use it. They may not be able to shut that off. Right? So this could be telemetry. I don't know. That's why I put a question mark. But if it were, can users opt out? Or better, following the policy of KDE, is it opt-in by default? Right? It's going to contribute to the kind of energy consumption that's happening when running that software. And just to reiterate the point, again, think about this at scale. When you scale it up, you're talking about a lot of energy being consumed, potentially unnecessarily. Okay. This is the next one, potential hardware operating life. And I'm going to look at it in particular in terms of continuity of support, documentation, and transparency. So the idea here is to have a counteract the abandonware and planned obsolescence and things like this. This is a proprietary hardware. The reason I'm showing it here is for a particular reason. I asked around in the KDE community what hardware that's older than 5 years old that they're running that they know is no longer supported by the vendors. I'm wondering if anyone here, do you know if you're using a piece of hardware running Linux that's no longer supported by the vendors of that hardware. For example, Apple or Microsoft devices.
Do you mean like even extended, like you can buy like extended separate, so even that includes, right?
Say it again, say it again.
So especially with like Apple, on the case you can get like Apple Care extended one, like, so I don't know, up to 5 years something. So you count this one as well, right?
Yes, so this example, this is from 2009, this piece of hardware. The end of life was 2019 with OS X 10.10.
Okay.
So this is already 4 years no longer supported by Apple.
I mean even software, okay.
Yeah. And this user is running Kubuntu 22.04, long-term support, an up-to-date operating system with Plasma. Right, so this is a device that would otherwise end up in the trash or result in the user having serious disadvantages to keep using it, exposing themselves to malware, things like this. But because they can install another operating system on it, they can keep it going. Right? Does anyone else here? So I know I am at home. I also have a device from like 2010. Yeah. So I see a couple of hands going up. Yeah.
A couple of our servers in our data center are more than 10 years old.
Yeah. Right. So software, right, is a contributor to whether you continue using it or not. Yeah. And whether that software can be used will depend on things like documentation. Like, do you have good documentation so that people can continue developing it? Is the source code open source? Is there someone that's able to continue giving security updates? If it's not open source, the Blue Angel requires that you have a plan and a commitment to supporting it for up to 5 years, right? But if it's not, if you don't have that plan, you can open source it and continue developing it as third parties.
I'm not sure if we should interrupt you or wait until the end, but like with this slide, distributions can help or make it worse, like on a big factor. So imagine that you change the base level architecture for your distribution from x86, 64 V1 to V3. Suddenly, nothing, I don't know, newer than 5 years will run, including KDE if it's built, for a given architecture. So we can make it very much worse.
We can make it worse.
If you go V3 only, then you kind of cut off all the
Right.
which is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I had the experience with PowerPC. I have a few old PowerPC devices that there's very few distributions that you can still run on it. And they're still functioning. I don't know if it's worth running, but they still work fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And usually it's the browser that's the biggest problem. Once you open up a browser, it gets pretty difficult. So continuity of support, documentation, transparency are all things that can contribute to whether you can continue to use these devices over time. And then the final categories I'm going to look at are, again, energy consumption in terms of offline capability and freedom for advertising. This is from a report for the EU looking at the energy consumption of unwanted data use, is the way they're phrasing it. This is just looking at the energy consumption within the EU. And they're looking at what they define as unwanted data use is the advertising that users can't turn off or can't opt out of that, given a poll, 60% said they would. So that 60% that would opt out if they could but can't are then estimated how much energy consumption that is contributing. The energy consumption, of course, coming from the devices themselves, but also the networks that the information is flowing through, as well as data centers that are processing the data, perhaps mining the user behavior to then give them targeted advertisements, et cetera. And what they found is just for the EU, that 60% unwanted data use is roughly the equivalent to 3 to 8 million metric tons of CO2. That would be about the equivalent, in the best case, 350,000 EU citizens' annual energy consumption. Worst case, 950,000 EU citizens' energy consumption. And this is about, and the worst case is about the size of a city like Turin. So, this is huge energy waste for something users don't even want, right? So the Blue Angel has put in their award criteria freedom from advertising, offline use as being a way of making sustainable software design. Again, these are things that we in the Linux world, most Linux apps are not doing this kind of stuff. If they were, we could change it, So free and open source software is in a very different position than many of the other software providers. And one of the things when looking at the overall, all of the criteria, the user autonomy in particular, are removing user dependencies on vendors for how they use software, right? They're removing those dependencies that make software function in ways that they may not want and are contributing to environmental harm. All of this is part of a project, which was the Blaue Engel for FOSS project in KDE, which was it ended in March. It was a government-funded project from the German government to collect information, spread information about Blaue Engel eco-certification and how it relates to free software. And the culmination of this project is a KDE Eco Handbook, which was released in February. It's available to download, applying the Blue Angel criteria to free software. And in it, we want to share the information and experiences that we've had over the past year and a half, summing up the main sort of things if you're interested in eco-certifying or if you're interested in measuring your software to get some data about how much energy it's consuming. Sum it up in 3 easy steps, right? It's good to have 3s and keep things easy. Measure, analyze, and certify if you want to go for the certification process. The handbook is divided up into 3 parts. Part 1 is that first part of this talk here. What is the environmental impact related to software? So the why. Why is this important? Why should you care? The second part is what. What is the Blue Angel? What is the eco-certification criteria, et cetera? And the third part is the how-to. How do you fulfill these criteria if you're interested in eco-certifying your software? You don't have to eco-certify. You can still measure it and still look at all the ways that your software is meeting environmentally or more environmentally friendly software design and use that as a way to communicate with your users about how your software is more sustainable. We've just, I'm very happy to announce that Season of KDE just wrapped up last week, and we had a project which is looking at different ways of writing usage scenario scripts. One was very successful, adding a new chapter, hopefully in the next week or 2, describing how to use Selenium so that you can do usage scenario testing, and it also allows us then to test in Wayland. So keep your eyes out. There are updates coming to it, and hopefully that will continue over many years. It's also available online if you prefer to read it online, so you can download it or read it online. Just to give you an idea of what the lab setup looks like, I didn't focus too much on that in this talk. The lab setup is you have a system under test, which is connected to an external power meter. This is one approach. And then those are both feeding data into a second computer that you then can analyze the results with. Very simple setup. We had several sprints. Several people in this room were at those sprints. So thank you to Volker, Nico, Tobias, as well as Arna, who's in this picture here. We had a lot of fun getting together, setting up the lab, testing things. Here we're testing the energy consumption of a light bulb to calibrate. So it was a fun time. We have this lab set up. It's in KDAB. So right now, to use it, you have to contact someone who's in Berlin to go run your scripts. But we have a project that's in the pipeline to make it remotely accessible, and we want to open it up to other free and open source software developers so that they can measure their software and get an idea of how much energy it's consuming, and if they want, get a report and submit it for eco-certification. The report, there's already a piece of software. It's particular, but it already exists to get you results so that you can certify or get a summary of the data from the lab. It's called Oscar, the open source consumption analysis in R tool. Right now it's only in German. I don't know what their plans are. It's free and open source, so we could improve it and contribute back. But right now you give various CSV files with your data in various usage scenario, idle mode, baseline measurements, feed it to the software, and it gives you back a report. In the handbook, if you decide to do this, in the handbook I describe how the data needs to look for this to work. It's very particular. If something is different, you'll get an error. And you can lose a lot of time from experience trying to figure out what the error is. And KDE in October at Academy voted on 3 goals, which are sort of orienting the community over the next 3 years. One of those goals is the sustainable software goal. We have a monthly meetup in which we discuss various aspects related to software efficiency, software design, et cetera. So keep an eye out if you want to see what's going on in KDE in terms of sustainable software. And I'm going to end here. I have in the slides some other projects that are worth looking into. But I do think this is something that is worth asking, is this all worth it? Right? Like, at the very beginning, I was talking about training AI models, the energy consumption doubling probably every few hours at this point. Right? This is going to be less. We're talking about a different category of contributions, but there is a contribution. So one thing I would say, I hope I've convinced you there is an environmental impact that's driven by software. But I also think there's a more important thing. So this is an XKCD where I'm trying to fix a problem with the world. Can you help? And White Hat says it's obvious you don't actually care. If you did, you'd be trying to fix this bigger problem, right? Okay, you want to help me fix this bigger problem? No, for another reason I'll think of later, right? So the bigger problem fallacy is there's a bigger problem, so this isn't worth doing. And it's a fallacy because this is a problem, right? It doesn't mean that there's a bigger problem, this isn't a problem. And we here are probably people who can contribute to software design, documentation, things like this. We can make an impact. This is where we can have an influence, right? We can't solve maybe some of those other problems, but we can solve some of these. And I hope I've convinced you that your energy and your time is worth considering contributing back to helping make the environment a bit better through the choices you make in your software design. So thank you, and I think we have a couple minutes for Q&A. And should I decide, or? Great.
Has anyone run, is this, you can hear it? Okay. Has anyone run any benchmarks or studies on the OS level, similar to the word processing comparison? Has that been done?
Yes. So there was, again, from the Umweltcampus, a student who did a comparison of different OSs. The data was not published for various reasons. And I know that when I've been in touch to talk about it, that the response was, we feel we need to do more follow-up before we can make this publicly available. So,
because I would imagine the distros itself, that can be a huge impact as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Specs of distro, not just distro.
Right. Yeah.
Use the mic.
All right.
I'm wondering what's the correlation between the software processing and the power draw. If it's large-scale software running in a data center, will obviously directly affect how many computers you need to rent. But if it's a single-user computer where the processor spends most of its time being idle normally, I imagine it will take some time for the processor to scale the frequency and the number of cores, and maybe if I implement an optimization, it will not have a practical effect.
So I can't sum that up. Sorry. Can you give it like a, or what's the question that or is it a comment more?
So on a single user system, if I'm making optimization to my program that reduces the number of CPU cycles, will it directly and linearly affect the amount of power draw by the CPU?
So I don't know, but I see someone nodding their head. Do you want to?
I can sort of answer that because when I started working, I can sort of answer that question a bit, because when I started looking into this topic, I had a very similar intuition, like how much can I actually optimize on a desktop system? And then I had a power meter connected to a PC, so I could actually in real time see the power consumption of various actions that I'm doing. And even things like moving the mouse had a measurable impact on the power consumption of the system. And stuff like a notification pops up, and that gives you a very clearly visible spike in energy consumption. So there's definitely is a lot to optimize there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nico. I think one more question.
One more.
I mean, I'm here, so I don't mind. But
Sure.
time's not up.
So just looking at it from the distribution building point of view, like what we can do that can really make an impact. I was like immediately when you were saying, maybe how clean is the system and so on. Immediately I was thinking of the something like microOS desktop maybe, which is like very small base, like almost minimal, and you just install like what you want actually on the first boot. from FlatHub, for example. But then I know that these are bundling a lot of libraries and so on. So in the end, you end up with multiple copies of the libraries. So that's one aspect that I'm thinking of. In the end, like you have very clean system. It's very easy to do cleanup if you need it. You always end up with clean base, and then user side everything's being installed. And the other, so that's something that I'm thinking of. Is it going the green way, or is it making it worse? And then the other thing that I think we can really impact and have a huge impact, especially when you've mentioned it should run on systems older or at least old 5 years. So what I was saying about base level architecture being set for the distribution, we can say, okay, we only want to compile it with optimizations for CPUs which are not older than 5 years, which is happening already. And there you can do, you can make distribution unusable really on anything, I don't know, other than Haswell if you do that. And I know that enterprise distributions are doing it. On the community side, it's a little bit slower, but even OpenSUSE Leap will be V2 only, V2 and newer, sorry, which makes it, I guess, 10 years, I would say. So it's still meeting your criteria, but not the enterprise distros. That will really be the problem with 5 years and older. So I feel like this is something that companies don't really see. I'm not sure how many enterprise distros are certificated for this, but I think that we should probably spread a little bit the awareness because they are chasing the performance, like optimization, but not necessarily this aspect.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's I think that can make a really big difference. So if we would make Leap V4 only, like then you have to use 2 years old CPUs, and everything else is wasted.
Great, thank you.
Mine would just be a comment because I know that OpenQA does generate a CSV file. So one thing that you brought up, maybe it would be an easy way to create something that people could actually throw into that and see how well they're doing, just as a thought.
Sure, yeah.
We're almost out of time. There's any other question? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Linux App Summit Day 2. And I just have a brief announcement, schedule change announcement. R3 Ramakrishna's DEI workshop, we're swapping that. We're going to have it here after the keynote. And if you're interested in Bilal's talk, it'll be in D1, right? So without further ado, I want to introduce our keynote speaker, Mohammed Shashwan, and he'll be talking about the open source symbiosis.
Okay, thank you. All right, so good morning. Thanks for participating for this year Linux App Summit. So my name is Shazwan. I'm actually kind of like a bit nervous right now because it feels so small to be here because I'm not really a developer. I'm just a normal human being living in this world. So without further ado, I think better I just continue with my slide rather than talking nonsense. So basically, I'm sure you are not knowing me. Who am I? Why I'm here? So basically, my name is Shazwan. So I'm basically a system developer, not system developer, system administrator, mostly doing servers, any servers regarding you name it, file server, mail server. I do it everything. But to be I'm not doing just any server, only on Linux server. That is my specialties. Okay, so basically, I'm originally from Malaysia, which is part of just on top Singapore and down Thailand. Sometimes you don't know where is Malaysia, so I just make it specific. Okay, so I think I've been using Linux for about 15 years, 12 years, around that, in between that. So my background is just like this. So basically, my back on the ground, but then this is just simply just want to share my background on what I'm contributing in basically on open source. So basically, I'm joining the communities around 2009, and then you can read it, no problem. I think you can read it. Is it good? Is it big enough? Okay, good. So if you can see in between here, there's a big gap. You can see 2012 and 2020. So the reason why I think it's better you go to my talk back in 2021, Genome Asia, track 1. It's the last slot. So it's the last presentation. So it's easier to find. Okay, so I think that's all. I think I want to talk about myself, not my talk, myself. Okay, so we go to our topic now. So symbiosis. So anyone know what is symbiosis? Any idea on symbiosis? No? So we are back to school now? I like this one. Okay, so basically, what is symbiosis? Symbiosis. So we are going back to our school. Symbiosis actually it's actually from a Greek word. So it's named by actually it's a Greek word named wait, let me see my note. Okay, symbiosis is actually a Greek word that means living together. Okay, so this is biology 101. And actually there's three common type of usually if we talk about symbiosis, there's always three type of generalized symbiosis, which is number 1, mutualistic, number 2, commonalistic, and the last one is parasitic. Okay, so what does it mean by each of this category? So we go for mutualistic first. So mutualistic is okay. Let me explain in A and B. So A is host, B is the one who attached to the host. So mutualistic is two party sharing the same resource and not killing each other. So they are basically both are alive. So we go to next communalistic. So communalistic is basically two organisms sharing the same resources, but if one left or one die, both of them are die. Right. So last one, parasitic. So parasitic is basically is a parasite. So usually the one that consuming, I mean the one that sharing the host will kill the host. I mean one will die for sure. So I think you guys wonder why am I talking about this. So this is actually something that it's kind of like, I can say, parallel with what happened in our open source world. So for example, I don't want to go much further. Let me simplify, because we are all using Linux. So I think Linux is much more closest example. So mutualistic, it goes like something like this. Okay, so so it's like all Linux, I mean all distribution are sharing same parent or same resources. For example, as you can see in this periodic table, you can see on the yellow one, basically they are parent by Ubuntu, Debian, and so on. So if the parent, I mean if someone die here, the others will continue to survive. To be much more precise example I can give to you, I think has anyone remember Mandrake Linux? So Mandrake is a great example where the host is die, which means Mandrake is already I think 2015 the OS declared bankrupt, and it already been liquidated. But then if I remember, there's three successors from the operating system, which is one is Magia OS, PC Linux OS, and also Open Mandrake. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, on the Open Mandrake. Yep. So yeah, that is what symbiosis in mutualistic symbiosis in Linux community, in Linux environment. So we go to the next one. So communalistic. So communalistic is like I said, it's if one party die, it will follow die. I mean, if party A die, party B will be die. So for example, if you can see here, just ignore. Probably the logo is. It's a bit outdated. One of company I think is already been bought by a big giant company, which is no longer open source. But I just give you an example. If one of the platform deprecated, probably for example the developer platform deprecated, data analytic and application, or probably one of it, will be die instantly, because it's really dependent on the application. So it's communalistic in the environment. But how about how if I can ask, because I already give two example. So the last one, parasitic. What is probably the best example you can think of? Remember, parasitic is if one party die, one will probably live, or probably both of them die. So what situation probably can be relate in the community? In the community, the closest one I can give example is this distro war. I think this is very common. Someone say their distro is good, someone say bad. But then, whenever someone is already gave up, they just leave the OS and then just go to another OS that probably no one will be yelling at. So it's supposed to be like this. Supposedly we are supposedly respecting each other, rather than talking nonsense rather than saying that, yeah, I mean, the one that you are using is kind of like too risky or something like that. That's the power of open source, which is we are free to choose. Talking about distro, well, I can say sometimes the operating system are good, which is the use cases are pretty specific. For example, yeah, you guys, I think you guys know the operating system, but sometimes it's questionable. I don't know, but yeah, I think this question about the distro is all about you, because that's a beauty on open source. You can either customize it or you can just download from the shelf. I mean, take it from the shelf. So yeah, for example, if you from my use case, I had plenty of old computer, laptop, CPU, you name it. So rather than I just keep it for myself and not using it, it's better that I probably donate it, or probably I just share it with someone who really need it. So yeah, I can either installing Ubuntu or probably something that's lightweight. Yeah, at least it works. That's the thing. So the open source ecosystem actually is unique. That relies on contribution, which is rely on many parties. For example, if you can see the circle, so this is one of the symbiosis that can be related in open source. So everyone is needed. I mean, not just I mean, developer like you guys. User also can also be contributed on your project. For example, I think yesterday I think I talked with some guys here. Basically, they had this kind of problem where they are only expecting from developer standpoint, but they cannot see how really use case in the user, I mean in the real world. So it's kind of like playing guessing game. Either user want either this feature is okay or no, but if it's not being used, probably you guys probably that person will be silently keeping that feature without anyone knowing. But this success, but this kind of success is not just due to. Oh, sorry, I already repeated my notes. Okay, so this give and take kind of relationship, what makes symbiosis in open source so powerful. So yeah, the problem is, okay. Rather than talk about open, I think it's better I explaining on my kind of field. So because I'm much more active in activity in my country. So open source community over there is it's pretty small. So I can say if we do any events like release party or we do some meetup, we'll end up seeing the same faces back to back. So yeah, but the thing is, some of number of community is just keeping things kind of like exclusive to them. That's a problem, because for me, we want to change this. I mean, it's not. I mean, the community itself, it's not really doable to make it only on. For example, it's for developer only. It's pretty much, if someone like, for example, if someone like me that I'm considering, cause I'm consider myself as a user. I cannot be participating in what they do. Instead, I'm just looking for far, doing nothing, and they said I'm just like I'm doing nothing, obviously. So that's I think that's kind of problem situation what I'm facing in in my local community. So possibly I want to change this kind of mindset, because open source is about accepting new person. I mean newcomers, because what's the word that I should use? It's like if you are migrating to a situation. I mean, for example, I'm migrating to this kind of environment. Whenever someone is going out, and I'm keeping this box exclusive for this kind of community, end up the community will be die. That's probably the main issue that that happening. So changing the mindset probably will make not just program, not just operating system, but the movement itself to be continued, so we can have much more successor that can continue to contribute for the project. So basically, that's the objective. And also one thing that I'm usually focusing to the because Malaysia, I can say Malaysia is more less a user-based country. So I mean, what I want to say is, we are lacking on developers. We are lacking on developers. So we are kind of like lacking on doing contribution on probably bug fixing, or probably there's a new project we want to contribute. We kind of like, we do have developer, but to do contribution is kind of like the percentage is very low. I can say that we do have developer. For example, if I think Fedora, I think there's many of Fedora guys here. If you know Kage Senshi, he is actually one of the top I mean, not computer, but one of the contributor in Fedora project. He also ambassador for Fedora project. So I think most of what he taught me, that contribution is kind of like that. Either you repackage something, or you submitting code, something like that, it's a line. So that's what he expecting people to do. But unlikely, people cannot catch the momentum, because somehow the technology, because this is my personal thought, Fedora are keeping moving fast. I mean, everything is going stream, day by day, release by release. So it's going too fast. We are unable. I not say we are unable to catch the tempo, but the tempo that he going are much faster than what we are expecting. So rather than we are contributing on the technical part, I much more suggest them to contributing on this part. Right. So manual, actually, for me, manual is something that really bothers. I think you guys developer are really bothered with doing technical, doing documentation stuff. I mean, it's really tedious work, and sometimes even for me on my technical side, I'm kind of like even if I have sort of like project, I have to submit some documentation, and sometimes the documentation that I create are kind of like not in the spec. I mean, I probably can understand it, but the user unable to understand, because I'm just probably showing some just only some line, or just dot by dot, which is some user don't understand and end up in this kind of situation. They cannot understand. They know the stuff is there, but they cannot understand what is actually the thing is. So one thing I learned about documentation, I mean, this is from my experience. The best thing I learned about documentation is from this project. So this is actually an Ubuntu manual project which is already been abandoned. Last version was 2016, which is 16.04. I was one of the translator for the project. Unlikely, wait, let me see. So the one that the project actually been led by Benjamin Humphrey. I think if you Google the name, he is now the CEO of Dovetail in Australia. From the past experience, I'm really from the start. From the start, he initiated this project. I learned so much from him, from user perspective on the documentation. So I think I don't have an example to show you, but you can. I think the site is still online, so you can download it. It's show not just steps, but the GUI, how he elaborate on the GUI step by step. It's very clear. So this is probably the best way to for me on my experience learning how to do manual. So, but at the end of the day, actually, the impact for me in open source is about learning. So it's just not it's not really just knowing the benefit, I mean the technical side on the project itself, but to understand more how the project the project can be moved forward. Another thing is before I start contributing on, I mean, because I'm much more on user base, I'm contributing on more on contributing on what's the word? I'm just share the word. I mean, use this thing. You can benefit using, or there's an alternative for this stuff. Actually, in long term, I can catch up with the technology itself, and also I can gain experience and new skill. At the same time, I also actually by the time I'm into the program, I think that I've already created a good network, which is really beneficial, not just to me, but to the community generally. So, going forward from this, what can I say? What can I can say? I can say what can we fix or we can improve on this kind of symbiosis. So it's better connecting bridges between contributors and also the users, because like I said before, sometimes the developer cannot understand what the user want, and same goes with what user cannot understand what the developer wants to achieve. So this kind of symbiosis really need to be strength and to be show an effort so that the project can be improved. Okay, this is actually one of our case study that we are doing in Malaysia. So basically, to make because like I said, our community is small. It's not really big. I think we are being squashed by big giants. I think you can get the name. So to be a challenger in the industry can be very hard, because one is we have to to understand the legislation part of the government, for example, to get sort of like project or to get some involvement within the government. We are required, the Malaysian are required to probably get some cooperation or probably some organization that are valid, so that the government can approve what we are trying to do. So what actually we are doing is we have this kind of organization which is called Kooperasi, which is a cooperation. We are using cooperation model as our business model. So the beneficial on this part is, this is actually a community-based cooperation that will be funneled to the community itself. So the community will be part of the technical, the support, because obviously not everyone will be interested to get the system without any support. That's one of the issue in Malaysia. There's a time where the government are interested to involve in to get the project in the organization, but yes.
So is it like one group of volunteers, or is it some business?
No, it's a business. It's basically a business. It's actually paying not volunteer, but paying the community members itself. So the one that funded the corporation is the community itself, and the one who are doing the project also the community. So it's basically like kind of like umbrella. So everyone will be staying in one umbrella. So that's on community part. But so for me personally, I will continue submitting bug like I always do. I just like being diaspora to any kind of event. So this is one of event that I attend, which is not really technical event, but I just attend just to spread the love. So that's the word. I mean just to spread the love. Okay. So interestingly, there's one thing that really not bothering me, because I'm already I get the technology itself. So, but yesterday I think the panels already discussed about it. So I just want to add something about it. It's about this guy. So I think in the community itself, in our community, we have sort of like resilience on AI. I mean not resilient in terms of allowing the technology going forward, but much more is it discourage our profession. But then in the end of the day, I think it's something that need to be massaged. Data still need to be massaged, and also the data itself, it's basically sort of like a pool of statistic, which is most of the time it's controlled by someone from an organization. So depending on who the one who lead the technology, they are the controlling the operation. So end up just like this, I think personally. So yeah, I mean for now, I mean not for now, but for this short period of time, there's least. I mean the thing about AI. This is what I learned. This is what I learned about AI. Even though AI can do the job, but I can say there's nothing human touch can be applied in what they are doing. I think if you follow Casey Neistat YouTube, he already shared this experience where he used the AI to create script for his video. End up, it's just something that very dull. So that's what the beauty in open source community. I mean, I think I always emphasize this to everyone. The reason why I'm continuing doing contributing in open source, because for me, community is something that hidden gem in our in the movement. Yeah. So whenever we meet up, whenever we have sort of like summit or probably conference, we are just simply I can say we are hang out, but we just don't care what kind of shit are we using, what kind of computer are you using. It's just there's no boundary between us, because for us, friendship is one of the thing. Sharing is the second best thing, and the most I think the most valuable thing is the knowledge itself. So yeah, I guess this is actually the real symbiosis in open source that I can share with you. That's probably, yeah, I can talk it over, and I think I can explain it over and over and over again. So this is the reason why we are still relevant and still keeping forward. So I think and I think for me as a user, looking at you guys, because for me I'm feeling quite small actually to be here. I mean I'm quite I'm feeling big to be here. I'm feeling really well, nervous is one thing, as you can see what the way I'm talking. So but I'm really feeling appreciate to be here with you guys, because I think because you guys we cannot achieve this kind of success. We cannot. So yeah, I think you guys should be proud of what you are doing. I mean, you are I don't know. I feel I feel somehow yeah. Looking back on what you guys already achieved. This is the first KDE. This is current KDE. This is Genome back in 2001. This is what we are. We are already going far ahead what we are expecting. So I guess I'm just giving clapping to you guys. You guys just doing. I mean, yeah. I cannot say. I don't know. I don't know the right word, but it's something that I didn't expecting to be moving forward, because my experience with Linux was kind of like messy, but in the end of the day, it's quite nice. It's quite sweet to be using Linux nowadays. Yeah. So back to the topic. I mean, this is the topic as suppose I see. So back to this photo. Actually, at this in this keynote, I want to sending my appreciation to you guys, because the symbiosis is not just sharing new technology. It's not just that. You guys, actually, you guys change. Not. I think. sorry, I kind of emotional, but what you are doing kind of like change my life over and over and over again, because whenever whenever some things that you guys being roll out, I mean, do upgrades or do better, it's give me an indication that I can do the same what you are doing on your system, on the system. I mean, that is the purpose of symbiosis, because we are, I mean, for me, I don't think I can be separated with open source. That's a symbiosis for me, because I think if the symbiosis end, I will be end. I also will be end. So the story, actually, if you want to understand, that's on my talk that I already explained beforehand. But actually, the main reason why I choose this bison actually due to this guy. So yeah, I mean, yeah, he is controversial, but without him, we cannot. I mean, there's no such thing as free libre software. Without him, we cannot do this kind of team effort. So yeah, I think I'm enough mumbling. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm talking, but I hope you understand what I'm mumble. So just to finish my talk, just to finish it, I want to share. Okay, this guy in middle, his name is Ridwan. He's the one that taught me these 3 mantra. So I will share with you what is the mantra. So basically, I can say he are teaching me the true open source spirit. So he shared me these 3 mantra, which is I still hold until today. So the mantra is, information is free, you have to know, but people are not, you have to pay. Still, contributor are priceless, you have to be, and that's what the reason I still stay here. So I think that's on my talk. So thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions from Mohammed?
Is it accepting question?
Does the Malaysian community have any interactions with the Indonesian community? Because I know they have a pretty big open source events there.
Okay. Yes, in a way, but what should I say? Because our focus with Indonesia are much more different, mainly due to languages barrier. For Malaysia, okay, let me recap something for you. Before, I think back in 2010, we have sort of like, at the time, Ubuntu was, because I'm contributing with Ubuntu, so back in days, Ubuntu are kind of like pushing contribution for translation. So everyone is doing translation, which is include us, to just actually, there's, I think, the event called Translation Jam. So Indonesia, unlike us, they are not they are not really fluent in English at all. So it's a big beneficial for them to contribute to translating the, I mean, not just the operating system but any software to their language. This is probably the one reason why Indonesia are quite big in the community. Unlike us, because we are mainly understand English, and for me, even not for me, I mean most of Malaysian, every time we are using computer, reading in our Malay language, sometimes it sound kind of funny, which is not make sense. So end up, we just change it back to English, and life goes on. So that's probably the reason why some of the effort are not really kind of like, I can say, the effort is, I'm not say the effort is fail, but it's not achieve the objective. So that's why we are shifting our focus more towards bug reporting on any application. Yeah, for example, from my side, I'm suggesting our community, I mean Ubuntu community, to probably get an extra hardware if they possible, or just use their daily machine. But I think it's depend on use case. Try to upgrade the alpha version, or I mean beta version. If there's any bugs, just report it. So that's on our focus. Also, we are focusing on sharing awareness. For the past 10 years, I think we've already focusing on not wrong, but incorrect target of audience. So what I suggest is we target on students. I mean not university students, but secondary students, so that they know there's an option rather than they stuck with one thing or nothing. So that's basically what we are doing in. I mean basically it's kind of shifting after. I mean. After the pandemic, everything's just stand still, and once COVID end, nothing is happening, because we are just static. So that's why I think this is the right time to change the paradigm.
Any other questions?
No question? I'm safe?
Okay, it looks like, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Give a round of applause.
No. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Hiya and welcome. Yep, got the mic. Hi, to those who don't know me, my name is Arti Ramkrishna, and I am an educator as well as a DEI advocate. So my talk today is titled, All Are Welcome. But I'm asking you to think about for a second, do you think the word, the phrase, the signage of all are welcome is just an empty platitude, which is just meaningless and just paying lip service to inclusion? Or is it a litmus test of any company or organization's commitment to DEI? So keep that in mind as we go along. This QR code will take you directly to the slides if you want to follow along or rewatch it at some time. So before we start, I changed it to 5 agreements. So first, I'm asking that you stay engaged. And I promise you, if you live in white skin, you will experience some discomfort. Speak your truth when we speak up. We speak our truth. This is a safe space. And if you're a person of color from the global majority, understand that this talk is not going to give you closure on DEI. And also please understand that good intentions pave the road to you-know-where. So impact is greater than intent. Before we move on, the terms people of color and BIPOC have fallen out of favor because it centers whiteness as the center and all other people as people of color. And it's also just a US-only social-cultural construct. And so the preferable term now is people of the global majority or people from the global south. All right, so here it is. Why might this phrase, all are welcome, be an empty platitude, just meaningless, just a sign that gets slapped on a door and say, hey, we are committed to DEI. And hint, I don't like it. Please. Okay, that's great.
In the United States, we have the Black Lives Matter movement, and in response to that, some people say all lives matter, which strikes me as a bit offensive.
Yes, and so is this. So I'm not saying that everybody from the global majority is going to find this offensive, but to me, all are welcome positions white people as generous benefactors of the space where they're condescendingly and graciously welcoming people of color into the space. I don't like that. So there's that. So this is Dr. Clark. He and his wife, Mamie, in 1947, conducted the original doll experiment. Some of you saw the reiteration of that experiment last year when I presented at Guarec. So this is 1947, and
black doll.
There you go.
And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll?
So what Dr. Clark was asking the children is, they had a white doll and a black doll. So he begins by asking the children to point out to the white doll and the black doll, and then he starts asking much more leading questions.
Is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because she's white and she has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
Which doll looks most like you?
Like me.
Yeah, which one looks like you?
And that one.
Okay.
Nothing has changed. Italian researchers 2 years ago replicated this experiment in Italy with the exact same results. So that's something to think about.
Black doll?
So we label people, African American, differently abled. So this professor, Trabian Shorter, says, please stop defining people by their challenges. And I think this is a great lens for us to use when we look at people who are different and being othered by the world.
Asset framing is about not defining people by their challenge, right? So once you recognize that I aspire to be a scientist or a leader, or maybe I just aspire to graduate high school. You know, like I have a goal to be a student, right? Whatever that aspiration is, if you acknowledge that aspiration before you go into my various challenges, you're telling a truer story about me, right? I don't run around believing I'm an at-risk this or a low-income that or a high poverty, high crime. Like no one carries around those labels thinking that's how I'm going to face the world, right? What people think about it is, I want to maybe go to school. I want to maybe someday own a home. I want to maybe possibly get out of this neighborhood or come back to this neighborhood and build. Whatever that person's aspiration is, if you haven't bothered to acknowledge that aspiration before you engage them, then you've made them an object in the sentence. They are a thing to be dealt with, to be moved, to be manipulated. They are not a person. And once you start to engage people as obstacles, once you start engaging people as problems, then recognize that you now become the problem, right?
So the sad reality for many people from the global majority is a dehumanizing experience. Did I skip one? No. So we all have biases. Some are implicit. We don't even know we have them. And some are pretty explicit. So the thing to me as an educator, I've taught preschool, I've taught kindergarten, I've taught children who speak other languages, I've taught children in special education. No matter where I've taught in the United States, global majority children are subject to far more attention, surveillance, and punitive discipline than any other race. And this begins in preschool.
Good morning. How are you?
Cool.
So, can we talk about how you got here?
You think I got a funny looking face? I just thought it was funny.
Hey kids, I'm telling you, go right here.
Man, we ain't doing nothing.
Go right here before I'm called cops.
So, you didn't do anything?
Nope.
Then what's all this?
Depends on who's reading it, I guess.
Well, looks broken. Skateboarding, huh?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've hurt yourself?
No, I get hurt all the time.
At home?
At home? He hurt himself skateboarding at the park.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to have a counselor come in and speak with you.
A counselor? For what? He's okay.
Boy, I done told you them tricks were gonna put you in the hospital.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. A nurse will be in a few minutes to help you check out.
What's up?
That doctor thought I did this to him.
How you doing?
Hi.
It ain't fair. Fair has nothing to do with this. This is about you taking responsibility for your actions. Look, I know so many young men just like you that didn't do anything. And yet, most of them are in prison.
You don't know me. I ain't going to no prison.
If you don't want to end up in prison, you're going to have to get some new priorities and probably some new friends, too. Look, you're not getting any younger. You need to get an education so you can get a good job.
Like you? You just like everybody else. You think you see, but you don't see. You see what you want to see.
I see what's in this folder. It shows me what you've been doing.
I ain't doing nothing.
I am not doing anything. Stop!
I ain't doing nothing.
I'm not doing anything. And yes, you were. Get to the timeout chair. Now, please. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
So my voice is probably going to shake, but some of those things have happened to me. And my son was in the hospital. He'd had a migraine for days and days and days, and the doctors would give him medicine, we'd go home, he'd get a migraine again, we'd end up back in the hospital. So one day the nurse asked him, you're okay, you're gonna go home today? And he said, I don't wanna go home, I get hurt when I'm home, because he was young. So they called DHS and interviewed me, and then they interviewed my son, and he said, I mean that when I go home, the migraine comes back. And I'm an educator with God only knows how many master's degrees. I've lived here 26 years. None of it matters. These have been heavy, but I have something that'll be much nicer to watch. So what this video tells us is children from the global majority don't see themselves in the world. When they walk around the world, they're not on posters. They're not on Pampers diaper boxes. They're not in the movies. But these sweet little babies see themselves represented in pop culture or in society. And I want you to just look at the joy on their faces.
Saiu! O quê? Saiu! É você?
Olha pra mamãe, deixa eu ver se é você.
Eu nasci, mamãe.
Você cresceu aonde?
Que lindo!
Oh,
Not this one!
oh my gosh! Who's that?
Me!
Is that you? Huh?
That's me!
That's you?
Yeah!
It's scanned. Okay, that's it. Put it in, let's go.
Excuse me. Wow, he's dead.
What?
He's dead.
He's dead?
Wow, he's dead.
He is?
Yeah.
Just like who?
Did you know? It's as tall me. Giraffe. Of course. I can go down. She's like me.
Right, right.
She's like me.
Why can't we see your face?
They're about to show it. Keep watching.
Oh.
crying? No. Oh, sweet girl.
So why does representation matter? Any thoughts? It helps us, people from the global majority, feel seen, like we're actually a part of society, that we matter, and that we bring value. And so the issue, and I'm going to speak from the perspective of an educator who's taught solely in the United States, but I know that much of this happens across the world and might play out differently, but there's a huge mismatch. In the district where I teach, students from the global majority at 62%. Are teachers from the global majority? 2%. So children don't see teachers who look like them, and white teachers either don't understand or don't want to try to understand, and this mismatch has devastating consequences for children. So I wanted to explain why the mismatch is so massive. So across the world, every country has had a cultural profile made. So as you can see, the United States is the only one of that color. That means it is pretty much a standalone culture. And why does this matter? So this is the Lewis model. So if you are in the blue, then you are factual, you have urgency, you want things to be perfect, but you are also just very cool and decisive. And as you move towards the red, you are what it's called multi-active. So multi-active cultures are warm, they're emotional, they like to talk a lot, and they're impulsive. They don't always sit down and think about things. They go by their gut. And the yellow countries are reactive. They're very amiable. Courtesy is very important to them. They don't like conflict, so they're very accommodating, and they are good listeners. And of course, between linear active and multi-active, if you're in the purple, you might have characteristics of both. And as you can see, I'm from India, so I have characteristics of two very passionate cultures, but also I am not decisive. I do not like conflict. So when I'm being harmed, I don't bring it up, and I paid for that. So these are the countries. So North America, Britain, Australia, and all those Western countries are linear active. Most major countries in Asia are reactive, and Southern Europe, Mediterranean countries, and India, Pakistan, and most of the Slavic nations are multi-active. So can you come up with a hypothetical discriminatory situation that might happen at school between a white teacher and a student that is from the global majority? Can you think of a situation that might occur in the classroom? Yes?
The students react externally emotionally.
Absolutely, absolutely. What about a student from Japan who never raises their hand to speak up? Or a student who is very used to having distance between people. Body space is very important to them. And can you see how a white teacher in the US might look at that child and think, he's disengaged, he doesn't care about his education, he doesn't participate. But it isn't true. So now we have an idea about the mismatch, right, between the teachers and those students. But what are the consequences of a teacher who doesn't understand you, who doesn't see you for who you are, who stereotypes you, who doesn't have high expectations for you, who talks about you in racially coded ways and disproportionately disciplines you and polices everything about you, your actions, your tone, your hair, your accent, your food, and all of that?
Deep down in my heart, I'm ethnocentric, which means I think my race is the superior one. No, let me finish. White is better than all. No, let me finish. If Josephine, I think everybody thinks that. They're just not honest about it.
Hey, I'm not racist though. I like all types of comments.
Did I say I don't like people?
Keep going.
Wait, so you said you are what? You are racist?
You're saying you're like.
You're racist. Everybody's a racist at that level.
No, you said you are racist.
I did. Yeah, I'm trying to be honest. No, I'm not saying it again. I said it enough.
So you're racist. I'm I ain't got no more respect for you. Yeah, sir. I don't think I got respect for him no more, bro.
You should have more respect for him.
No, not at all.
Now, with a teacher like that, why would students be engaged? Why would they care about school? So this also has the consequence of chronic absenteeism. Children just don't want to come to school. And then the teachers are like, see, I told you, they don't care about school. They don't want to do well. Why can't I go to the next one? Okay. I've got more. Heather. So we saw that the video before this was in middle school. This is a video about children in preschool.
Can you rhyme? So if I say cat?
In the hat.
4-year-old JJ and his 3-year-old brother Joa are doing what children their age do. Running and playing 1 minute, pushing the next. When they act up at home, they are disciplined.
I think that they're typical 4- and 3-year-olds.
But at school?
He's been suspended about 5 times.
At 3?
At 3.
5 times.
And I can't make this up. I wish I was. He hit one of the teachers on the arm and they sent him home. And they said that they considered that hitting to be a danger to the staff.
The most recent report says 7,500 children nationwide were suspended at least once from public preschool. Yes, preschool. The alarming numbers reported by the Department of Education also say black students are being suspended and expelled at a rate 3 times greater than white kids across all grades.
We know there is a correlation between doing out-of-school suspensions and expulsions and ultimately locking kids up. For far too many children and communities, the school-to-prison pipeline is real. And the fact that it starts as young as 4, again, simply isn't good enough.
In Los Angeles, America's second-largest school district, Superintendent John Dacey finds the trend disturbing. Why are these numbers playing out this way?
Ma'am, I think they're the same biases that are in society. And so I think this is a reflection of the growth we have yet to do in this country around these issues.
What shocked him? The reason. The majority of suspensions in his district were for something called willful defiance.
It was things like failure to do homework, failure to bring your notebook to class. That's not willful defiance, that's adolescence.
A year ago, the district became the first in the nation to remove willful defiance as a reason for suspensions, and the numbers have dropped ever since. 3 years ago, there were 19,000 suspensions. This year, 8,000. The teachers' union never took a stance on the issue, with some teachers saying willful defiance has been abused, and others saying it takes an important disciplinary tool away from their classrooms.
I teach my kids all the time, education is your passport.
Jeanette Powell learned that the hard way. Long before her sons were born, she was labeled a troublemaker. As the daughter of a drug-addicted father, she struggled in school and life.
You know, I was expelled from school when I was 3 years old, in preschool. And when I first got the phone call about JJ, I immediately thought back to that. You know, at a young age, I was told that I was a bad kid in school.
Jeanette proved them wrong, eventually got her college degree, wrote a book, and became an accomplished public speaker, even giving a TED Talk. Get behind the line. The Powells have worked hard to make a good life for their children.
My biggest fear is that they'll be labeled and that they'll believe it.
Every day, she fights to inspire her boys, more a preschool to pre-med mentality.
Go! Go, Joa! Go, Joa! Go, Joa!
Than preschool to prison. Sarah Seidner, CNN, Omaha.
Whoops, didn't mean to do that. In the United States, black students are far more represented than children from the South Asian community. I also got a call from preschool when my son was 2. I answered the phone and the teacher said, we would like Nikki not to come to school tomorrow. And I said, why? And she said, we were playing, had circle time, and he wanted the truck that the other boy had, and he just took it. And I was like, oh, okay, and? So that's willful defiance. He was 2. Needless to say.
Can you rhyme? So if I say cat,
In the house.
I'm not going to read that. So racism is everywhere. I deal with it every day, but there's acceptable racism that's generally socially acceptable, and there's overt racism that's unacceptable. And you can see how many things are okay. When I moved to this country, they asked me how long I had lived here, and I said 2 days. And they said, wow, you picked up English so quickly. You are so articulate for a brown person. And when I brought up racial discrimination at work, they were like, oh, you're too emotional, you're too angry. So this happens every single day in every preschool, in every elementary school. And eventually, most of these children get shut out of university, high-paying jobs, STEM, IT. So the problem starts much, much before they enter the workforce. So this is the state of diversity in the United States currently. For the very first time in the history of the United States, non-Hispanic white people make up 59%. We have never had white people be less than 60%. But 77% of the people in the workforce are white. Where are the rest of the people? Gen Z, nearly 50% are minorities. That's from a research paper. Does 50% sound like a minority? For those under 18 today, there is no ethnic group or race that's dominant. It's an equal mix. And yet, white people make up 82% of management occupations. People with a disability have a hard time finding jobs. 40% of people who are othered, not mainstream white, cis, English-speaking middle class, have faced harassment. And over 50% of LGBTQIAS++ workers have experienced some sort of unfair treatment. So when we operate in mostly white spaces, and it doesn't matter whether you're a child or an adult from the global majority, there's consequences to that. We have to operate in white spaces as a matter of necessity and survival because we need to go to school or we need to go to work. So just to survive and then hopefully to thrive, we have to adopt certain behaviors. Families tell their children, okay, listen, you can't speak in Black English. Remember to speak like the white people do. Remember not to wear cornrows, or remember not to wear a shirt that says Black Lives Matter. Those are not acceptable white space behaviors. And this is starting to happen as young as preschool. And they go to school, they go to work, and they're facing negative stereotypes, and they want to prove them wrong, so they change themselves. Changing yourself comes at a very big cost, because you're compromising who you are and prioritizing the comfort of white people so that they will leave you alone. And this threatens their true identity, and it creates psychological, physical, and emotional stress. So very often, I'm applying to jobs now, and very often they'll say, oh, in our work culture, we encourage you to bring your whole self to work. Spoiler alert, it's not safe for us to bring our whole self to work, because that's considered unprofessional. Professionalism is coded for whiteness. So Maslow is, I'm sure many of you have heard of him, created the hierarchy of needs. He's a very famous psychologist, and he created a pyramid of what humans need to thrive and then basically survive. So at the very bottom, you've got physiological needs. You need food, you need water, air, sleep, and clothes. And then you have safety needs, where you feel safe out and about in the world, you have a job, you have money, you have decent health. And then you move up to love and belonging, you have friends, you have sense of societal connection, and then you have respect and self-esteem and feeling valued and seen, and you have freedom. And at the very top is self-actualization, where you can work towards becoming the best version of you. But as you can see, when you face discrimination every single day of your life, you are stuck in physiological and safety needs. Every time you try to move up to love and belonging, something else happens and you fall back down. And then society portrays people from the global majority as lazy, because they're not working hard, they're not engaging, they're not helping to improve society. This might be a triggering term for some of you, but this is how white supremacy shows up at work, and I can tell you with a million bloody % confidence, this is true. This has happened to me again and again and again. Perfectionism. They expect everything to be perfect. There is no room for mistakes. There's no room for learning, and everything is urgent. Agendas, deadlines. And then if you speak up and say, hey, that wasn't very nice, I felt offended, you face white people's defensiveness. But I didn't mean it. I'm like, that's why I said impact is greater than intent. You might not have meant to. At school, when I used to teach this same sort of thing, I would teach them think about playing at recess with a ball. You kicked the ball. You didn't mean to aim it at a child. It hit his head, and now he has a concussion. You didn't mean it, that the impact on that child is still there. So all of these go on and on and on. There's only one right way. You either do this or you do that. Fear of conflict, and say, I didn't mean that. You're too sensitive. Progress is everything, and right to comfort. And which is why people of color from the global majority hesitate to bring up issues, because society just optimizes white people's right to comfort, to feeling like, I'm a good person, I'm nice. And as I said, we've been talking about the United States, but increasingly, this is a global problem. And now with AI and facial recognition, if humans with emotions and brain and rational thinking can be racist, what will machines be? I just read a study where it said that even motion sensors in women's bathrooms don't recognize darker tones. And I can tell you that's true. I'll be at a wall, I'm like, no water, no soap. But the white woman next to me, no problem. I move to her tap, still nothing. That's just an ordinary, everyday example for you. I know we're out of time, and it's a lunch hour, and you're supposed to go take a photograph, but I have much, much more to say. Christy, what time did you want to? 5 minutes left. Okay, so I'll just zip through it. So what we need to focus on now is making sure people feel seen, valued, heard, and really focus on belonging. If your colleagues don't feel heard, they don't feel like their contributions are valued, and they can't bring their authentic self to work, they're not going to be good workers. It's a very painful thing to feel socially excluded. And research has shown social exclusion and the pain that results from it is almost the same as physical pain. So it's not just about business. It's not just about the bottom line. It's about humanity. We all crave connection. We all want to be validated. We all want to be understood. So when you do have a culture of belonging, research shows that there's a 56% improvement in people's performance. They don't resign. They take fewer sick days. They show up at work. Why won't you go forward? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so how do we do it? Create a sense of community. Make sure people know each other. Make sure they have opportunities to connect. Create affinity groups where there's safe spaces for people from the global majority. Listen to them. Create an environment where they can come to you and say, hey, I want to be open and honest about what I'm facing at work. Show compassion, and please, for the love of God, believe them. It's going to take so much for a person from the global majority to get over their fear of conflict and to come up to you and say that this isn't going well for me. Please, please believe them. And then address them promptly and transparently. Be intentional about the language you use. Make sure to give those diverse perspectives and voices and elevate them. Create DEI opportunities and initiatives and ERGs that are meaningful and intentional and not just something you slap on, and the minute there's a budget cut, that's the first thing to go. So DEI, I've said, is greater than DEI BJL. DEI is diversity, equity, inclusion, and what we're trying to move towards is diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, justice, and then eventually liberation, where we don't need to have DEI at all. So there's barriers to DEI programs. Nobody's really created a good metric for whether a DEI program is successful. There isn't enough training. There's no buy-in from leadership. And budgetary restrictions. Well, the recent tech layoffs, the first people to be fired were DEI managers. And cultural resistance. Think about those biases that you hold. So this is a new term that's come about, diversity dishonesty. It's when a company or an organization says, oh my gosh, all are welcome. We are invested in this. But it's like they hire diverse people, put them on posters, they put them on YouTube, but they stay in junior positions because it's all about the optics. So there's a lot of DEI pushback. People feel individually threatened, they feel socially threatened, and they might make comments like this. I will leave this for later. Maybe we should go take a photograph. And if you took the QR code image, you have my slides to go back and revisit videos or data. And I'm here to answer questions after the photo. I don't want to stress my friends out about that. Thank you for your engagement today. And I'll leave this for now. And then if we have time and you want to come back, we can talk some more. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Given that it's a few minutes past, I think we can start. Maybe some more people will arrive. But yeah, welcome. And wait, before we properly start, chat, forget what I just said. Yeah, welcome to this session, which is GNOME Mobile Live. Pew pew pew. In this session, so we don't have a ton prepared. It's the idea is like we have a phone. Like maybe you have questions. We have a lot of things on there that we can kind of show. We can use that as a jumping off point to start talking about like a lot of things. Like I would definitely touch a little bit on the platform side. Jonas is maybe gonna talk about shell kind of like goings on. Robert has a lot of interesting things with cameras. And I don't know, yeah, like if people have questions, you can, just like anytime. I don't know what the microphone situation for that is, but I guess we'll figure it out. Maybe to introduce ourselves very quickly, I'm Tobias, I'm on the design team. I do all kinds of design things. I work for Pearson, where for the last 5 or so years, I've worked on various parts of the platform and like making them adaptive and so on.
Yeah, I'm Jonas. I am on the Shell team. I did this mobile shelving last year as part of a government funding in Germany. It's called Prototype Fund. It's very great. You should all apply. I'm here to answer all your questions about technical details and stuff.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. I'm Robert. I work on MADA for GNOME, and maybe some know me from work on Firefox and also now cameras for a while, for a short while. Yeah, and I work for Collabora.
Okay, so I guess we can just start with demoing a bit.
All right. Then I would start a little bit by showing kind of the state of the ecosystem, the state of the mobile GNOME shell also. And yeah, I think just in general, maybe those of you who have not kept up with the GTK GNOME kind of ecosystem, it's actually grown like huge amount over the last year or two with the introduction of libadwaita and like all these new widgets, and of course like advances on the Flatpak side and so on are kind of like making all this possible. And just like to show you a few fairly random things in no particular order, like this is Ambrol, it's Emanuele Bassi's music player, which primarily has the feature of looking really good. For example, here, this is an interesting new Circle app. It's called Komiku, and so it's like a comic reader. And I found these very interesting, like 1950s comics. Wait, did I just move the thing? Yeah, no. You can like whatever look at the comics and stuff. What else do we have? This is Loop, the new image viewer that fingers crossed is going to become the new core image viewer in 45 in the fall. It's basically Eye of GNOME, but nice and modern. And a bunch of other things. I think it's also like more performant due to various fancy things. I can open maybe a different folder with other images, but I don't know. Like, you'll believe me that scrolling between things is nice. It's a bit annoying to switch. Oh yeah, you can rotate stuff. Woo! Look at that. Very exciting. This is very cool, and sort of an example of like how all of these changes in the platform kind of like are making their way back into the core apps and sort of revitalizing that also to some degree. This is also very interesting. It's an app that very recently had its first release. It's called Tuba. It's this guy, and it's a Mastodon client, and it has all the things that you would want, like whatever image viewer and whatever you can like and subscribe to stuff or whatever. And it looks cool and modern. Then what else do we have here? The just like default GNOME weather app works great on phones, as you can see. The weather tonight is not looking so good, but it is what it is. I don't know. Like maybe this is actually pretty interesting also. Like this is a Notes app. I'm not sure how maintained it's been lately, but like sort of as a sort of cool example of like a adaptive like Notes app that does all the things you would want. It's pretty cool. It's called Paper. What else do we have here? This is pretty cool. It's Wordle. Oh, I'm in some Arch Linux room and I'm getting notifications. I'm getting rid of them by swiping. Great new feature. We can try playing Wordle here or something. So yeah, I don't know. Like in general, what I'm what I want to show here is like we have an ecosystem nowadays that's very very widely like sort of has very widely adopted like the adaptive kind of patterns and widgets. Oh, and this is our lunch. Slightly late, but I guess we'll eat it later. Thanks, guys. And yeah, what else? Yeah, obviously, like all of this work is powered by libadwaita, which is our new platform library, mostly developed and maintained by Alice Mikhailenko, but also there's many contributions from others. And I think that has really like sort of that has really like been a step change like in sort of the quality of the ecosystem and of apps, because like all of these like annoying things are now much easier and like more automatic to do it the right way in terms of like how to use various design patterns and widgets and so on. And that's been really cool to see, and like sort of how that like better tooling like really creates a bigger ecosystem and scales in a way that I don't think we've seen before. Yeah, I don't know. Like I could talk about this for as long as people want, but in the interest of time, maybe we like go through all of our like areas a little bit. Everyone talks about some stuff, and then yeah, we see how many questions there are and so on. Yeah, I don't know. Jonas, do you want to talk about the shell?
We've seen the most parts already now. Yeah. The things I've done last year mostly are like we had the GNOME Shell project already. It worked pretty well already on the phone. Like it just started up. You could already do basic things. It just was not optimized for the screen resolution that phones have, like for the smaller screen sizes. So what we basically did was the same as you would do on a website, making it responsive, kind of. You know, we have the same code base. It's all the same code. It's all the same JavaScript code. We just like tweaked a few things to make the overview look like that. We introduced a fancy new lock screen with a pin unlock. Let me show you that. And I'm going to show you my very secure pin here. Yeah, we had to introduce a bunch of things for the stuff that you want on phones, like calling on the lock screen, where like you show the calls app on top of the lock screen to receive an incoming call. That's like super new stuff that I did 2-3 weeks ago or something. And yeah, that's like it's in a pretty good state right now. We're quite far. I would say that you could actually use it if the hardware was like at a point where things just work and where the battery lasts and where like the microphone and the sound works, which is like full of unfortunate problems. But the post-market people are on it, and we trust them to get things ready eventually. But yeah, like from the GNOME side, we're in a pretty good state. We have stuff working on apps really well. We're getting there with the touch support in GTK. It's getting better every day. There's still a few bugs all over the platform, which make the experience somewhat annoying sometimes. But contributions welcome, I guess. And yeah, I can talk a bit more about hardware, because what you guys see here is like a OnePlus 6. That's like one of the best supported things we have right now. It's been ported all by the post-market people, so kudos to them. It's very great that we have that. The OnePlus 6 is like just a basic Android phone, and they made it work for Linux upstream, like without any of the Android stuff. Right, so this is like performance-wise and battery life-wise the best you can get right now. Sadly, it's probably not gonna have a camera, like we don't really know. Or like the camera state is looking very bad, but like for everything else it's looking really good. And yeah, this is like the phone that we use for demoing because it's just so fast and works so well for phones. There's also the PinePhone Pro and the PinePhone, which like the PinePhone has super nice hardware enablement, but it's also kind of slow. And the PinePhone Pro does also have nice hardware enablement, but it has issues like that it runs very hard. So it's not exactly useful as like a daily driver thing. but I think we'll get there pretty soon. And then there's obviously the Librem 5 by Purism, which does have the advantage that at least like people are actively working on it all the time, and it has a working camera, it has working calls. People are actually using it out there for their like daily phone stuff. So yeah, this is also an alternative. All right. Anything else I can say about hardware? Did I forget any platforms? No, I don't think so. All right, then let's continue talking about cameras.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I need to switch on the light shortly. So yeah, as I said before, I got hooked on mobile a couple of months ago by these guys, and also started to try it out on a PinePhone Pro in this case. And as most of you, well, those of you who tried Linux on mobile probably know, one of the unfortunate things is that the camera situation is not very where it probably should be. So yeah, a couple of months ago I started like looking around like what could be done about that, and turned out that most of the building blocks were actually already there, and we just needed to kind of wrap that all up. And for that I'll shortly use the chance, because we have this awesome board here, to make a short reminder like how video currently works in the stack and how we want it to work. And yeah. So classically, start with the kernel, specifically video for Linux 2. Can you see that? Yeah. And normally, this is state of art right now, is basically that, you know, here's your app then. Talks to the kernel. Maybe you have something like GStreamer. Well, and your app is on top of that. And if you are a Qt developer, you probably have Qt multimedia. I make it this way, which talks to GStreamer, which talks to the kernel. So as many of you may know, like already like more than 10 years ago, there's a lot of cameras, especially like on mobile devices, which have, we call them complex cameras. They are more complex. So this part becomes really hard, because there are apps who can do such stuff for like directly with the kernel interfaces, like megapixels, millipixels, and so on. But yeah, there's a lot of logic that you would like to have, and wouldn't it be nice to have a library to do that for you that you can just use? And well, there is now, and it's called, well, how would you call it? It's libcamera, which, yeah, and you could now use it with your app or with GStreamer, and you know, all the stuff that comes from there. Which, yeah, so you might think about libcamera as like the Mesa for cameras. It's like a user space, like more or less driver bundle. So, but then we have situations where we have lots of apps and we have lots of cameras, and the situation is still kind of, yeah. You might, for a modern system, you might want to have more control, and wouldn't it be nice to have something which you know, kind of allows you to, for example, have settings and define rules like which app is allowed to use which camera and so on. And you might have heard about it. This goes to lib camera. Now we have Pipewire. So Pipewire can talk to lib camera, but it also can talk to Video for Linux too. Especially, this is still often desirable at the moment because there are certain features supported for with the Video for the Linux 2 backend, but not by the lib camera backend. But this eventually, hopefully, will go away. And on top of Pipewire, you can have now your app or GStreamer or cute multimedia. And for Pipewire, there is Wire Plumber. This is in the way. Okay. I just leave it with this. Wire Plumber. Thinking about like Pipewire is like the dumb thing which doesn't know anything about policies. Everything policy related, like which camera should be exposed where and so on, is something you define in Wire Plumber. That's the session manager, we call it. And yeah, so, oh yeah, and just here we could also have the portal here, which then gets in the way between your app and Pipewire and asks the user first if you actually should be allowed to use the camera. And so we have all that. Isn't that beautiful? I wanted to do this for a long time. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Yeah, so it turns out, like for the PinePhone Pro, there were patches for lib camera, and there was Pipewire support, GStreamer support. Basically, it was all there. It was full of bugs, and there still are some. But essentially, yeah, we can wrap that all together, and that's what we did over the last month. And now I'm going to do a short demo about that. Sorry. And I need to switch the phones. Does it? Yeah. So my super safe pin as well. And yeah, for the GNOME ecosystem, we have now 3 cool apps that I would like to shortly show you. First of all, the upcoming hopefully new camera app by Maximiliano and Jamie, which will hopefully replace Cheese at some point. And now, fingers crossed that everything will work. So, hi there. Can you see something? Oh, do you have the light to? Oh no, to the phone. Oh yeah. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. Also, maybe do you see the structure? Do you,
right. You can see what we did here.
do you see our nice structure? We built that yesterday at the local hackspace. The base, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for your support. and for the other genius idea about the filmic camera here. So yeah, but back to the camera app. This is Snapshot. You see, you hopefully see it has a nice, like mobile-ready design. And yeah, what can it do? It can take photos, and they show up. You will also notice that it is a front camera, so it shows me like the image for myself. It's rotated, like or flipped, which is what you would like to have for camera. And it can also record videos. So, well, fingers crossed that will work as well. Hello, hello.
Notice the fancy animation when you click the button.
What? Yeah, and yeah. Now we have a video and it plays. It would even have sound, by the way. Yeah, and it has some other cool features, and it will get more features, and you can switch the camera and so on. Yeah, I'm really excited about this app. I really hope we'll get that as our default camera app in GNOME 45. And let's close that again. Let's carry on with Authenticator. Authenticator is a how you call this kind of apps? Like Authenticator app. You know what it is. So what does it have to do with cameras? Well, you know, like on phones, you normally want to maybe scan a QR code. So I click on camera. It's a wrong camera by default. This will change soon. We can detect what is a front and a back camera if you describe it in the device tree for the device. So we switch cameras. Or can you get that? Can you hold it here maybe?
So we have a QR code here.
So we have a QR code. It's a screenshot of Authenticator, as you may notice, but it doesn't matter. And bam, it used a camera, it used that bar. And oh yeah, and here is our fake two-factor authentication thingy, and yeah, we now have our code. Oh yeah, what might be? No, I come back to that later. And okay, now next level. This is Dino. Dino is a XMPP chat app. It's really cool. It's new. It's now on FlatUp. And Dino can do video calls. And is it? Yeah. This is the right account, right? Okay, the Dino developers are also with us here, and we gonna do.
Also, side note, the awesome camera setup here is also brought to you by the Dino team.
Yeah.
This is the reason why you can read the text on the presentation.
Okay, so we can notice. The over like it is touch away. Like it has notice a nice UI. So okay. I'll skip the. It can also do like how you call it with more people. It's group calls, but we won't do it for now. If you're interested in that, come talk to us later. That's Dino. This is our first 3 GNOME apps, which fully supported. You might now ask, what about Qt? Qt. Where is it? Yeah, in my camera. Qt does. Yeah, hello. This is a Qt app. Qt with Qt multimedia, as you saw that. It uses GStreamer. It basically works. What you would notice is it has a 90-degree rotation. That is a normal thing on phones, that the camera is actually 90-degree rotated. And this is described in the device tree in the kernel. What we need from the stack and what these 3 other apps that we already demoed can do now is rotate the output. And this is something, this doesn't yet work in Qt multimedia. I need a dev. If you like to work on Qt Multimedia and GStreamer and would like to see this working on this whole stack working for Qt apps, please talk to us. Let's hack together and let's make it work. Because then it becomes super easy, and we will have hopefully lots of apps using cameras in cool ways. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thanks for the camera part.
Is it now muted? Oh, okay, never mind. Right, so since we still have a bit of time, we can talk maybe a little bit about what's sort of missing or what we're still working on and what we would like help with from people. So like I can maybe talk a little bit about the platform side. You already talked a little bit about cameras, but maybe there's other things, and then just like sort of the whole discussion of like how to upstream all of the shell stuff here. But on the platform side, I mean, we've been at this for a number of years, right? Like the libhandy is whatever, 5 years ago or something is when everything started, and libadwaita is now over a year old. So like it is fairly mature, but there are still a few areas where things are not quite where we would like them to be. One of them is close buttons. You can see here that like all the windows have close buttons, which is not the intended design. But the reason why they're there is because if you you can remove all the close buttons, but then you also remove them all the dialogues, and then you cannot close the dialogues, which is not what you want. And so what we need is basically a new pattern that we now have more or less finalized designs for, which is a kind of like sort of I don't know, bottom sheet / overlay window thing. And we've been talking to Alice and Jonas and others about like what would be needed for this, but like this is a pattern that we really want to ideally have in a platform soon, because that sort of like closes the gap on all of the like, I don't know, still slightly weird looking things around the edges. I mean, everything works like with this enabled, but like it's not, you know, it's not what we want in terms of UX. There's a few other things, like just in general, I don't know, yeah, like things like text selection and so on, like on touch, like that we would like to be better. But those are like more long-term things that, in general, like sort of improving the touch stack is something people are working on. And of course, there's always more widgets that you will want or need, right? Like we've just added a few more list row widgets. You thought we had all the list row widgets in the world? No, we keep adding more, and there's more that we're working on or that we want to add still. To just like in general make it easier and nicer to build apps. But yeah, like I think from the app developer point of view, that's a big one. Another one is that Alice has been working on this fairly big change to the way we do adaptiveness for quite some time, which is basically like currently the way adaptiveness works is there's like one XML file, and it describes all the possible states, and then like you sort of within that you switch between mobile and desktop, and that has worked well so far. But like if you really want to do very different layouts for sort of the small and the large one, then you can't really do it that way anymore. And so the new way is to basically have breakpoints where you completely switch out the desktop, the UI file. And that is coming fairly soon, I think, along with some changes to toolbars. And that is probably going to be like the next generation of libadwaita, I guess, where like we can go much sort of further with the individual like UIs for different sizes. And also like, yeah, the way like, I don't know, toolbars and headers integrate and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of stuff that from the visual side we would really like that maybe in the medium term sort of is going to come as a result of that. Yeah, and I guess, I don't know, do you want to talk about insets? Yeah, I don't know, that's somewhere between shell and GTK, but like.
Hello, yeah, this works. So yeah, insights are basically a thing which we will need for, actually I can demo this real quick. So we have the panel at the top and the panel at the bottom right now. And the way this works right now is that, oh, this is actually not sharp anymore, but who cares? The way this works right now is that these two panels are drawn by the shell, and we want them to be drawn by the shell, but like the way it works on most modern platforms like iOS and Android is that the panel is still drawn by the shell, but the background is actually the app. So like the app is allowed to paint to the whole screen, but the app gets an event or gets an information from the compositor that it cannot or it should not display any content in like the areas of the panel. And that's actually the same thing you want for the notch up there, because like obviously if you show content there, the user is not going to see it. And in case of the panel, the user, is going to see a bar on top or like the clock on top. So like we want to tell the app, hey, you can draw there. Feel free to draw like some background color or an image or something, but please don't draw anything that's gonna mess with content that's on top over it. And yeah, that's basically what we're gonna need, like GTK or like toolkits and shell to work together. And yeah, maybe we'll get there in like the next few months. We'll see. Right, that's insets. Anything else?
In general, like
I can talk about what else are we gonna do soon. We're gonna upstream everything. Yeah, that's now that we have Mother developers here, this is the perfect time to talk about it. So like all these patches are downstream right now. Like the plan was just to like iterate quickly and yeah, like I did my fork of GNOME shell and Mother and like put all the stuff in there, and I have like, I don't know, like 300 commits on top of this stuff right now, or even 400 or something. It's all like organized neatly into branches, which are getting more complex and more complex. And yeah, like we're already like starting to upstream parts of it, but it obviously all takes time. Like you have the reviews, and people are already filled up with work. So yeah, it's gonna take time, but eventually we're hopefully gonna be able to upstream all the things, and you can just like run your normal GNOME shell package in your normal distro, and it's gonna automatically resize to like this phone thing here. But yeah, right now you just have to run. Yeah, question? Should we get you a mic? 5 minutes. Right. That does make sense. Yeah, then anyway, like maybe we should switch to questions now. You have one more thing to say?
Sorry that I forgot that before. Just one last thing about the camera stack. I mean, most of you are probably more interested in apps. So yeah, please go and write apps using cameras. We have now way better APIs. Just by the way, librtc also will support like Pipewire soon. We have somebody here who will hopefully implement it in Firefox very soon. So in way more apps, also in Electron apps, cameras should start to work. If you are interested in the low level, like if you are a hardware person or something, this all, or what we just demoed, is not as it used to be kind of like device specific, but we just need libcamera to work on your device. Like if you have a device and want to make it work, like work with us or come talk to us to get a libcamera driver. That would be awesome. The next one, I mean, this was a PinePhone Pro, as I said, but the next one I hope to see soon is a Librem 5, and hopefully way more over the next year or something. Yeah. Okay, so now questions. Over there?
All right, that on systems like Android, not sure about iOS. There are multiple, how to say, if I, on my phone, open settings and go to audio settings, I can see there are multiple sliders for like notifications, multimedia, or alarm clock and stuff like that. If something like that is planned, because sometimes I just want the alarm clock to ring, but nothing else.
I think we have this already, right? To a degree.
There's per app configuration.
No, I think like there's one. It's a bit like not ideal, where like one of the sliders in there is like system sounds, and I think that's one of them, and I think then there's another one. But yeah, we've definitely like discussed this on the design team fairly recently, and it's something we're looking into.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Please, could you tell us, do you have any comparison of what is power consumption of GNOME Mobile compared to maybe on the same device to Android open source project? Like, is it consuming less, more, same?
Like the things that we can influence as like shell and like GNOME stuff upwards. For us, the thing that mostly matters is the thing with freezing apps, because like what Android and iOS can do is like freeze user space, freeze apps that are inactive, and that's how they prevent apps from like using power all the time. So that's something we are looking into, and we might do in the future. But way more importantly right now is hardware enablement. So like you have the kernel drivers, which are somewhat only focused on making things work and not really saving power right now. And this is the stuff which we need to get worked out. On the OnePlus 6, it's actually pretty good already. Like the battery life is a day or more, even if you use it. And yeah, on the other phones, it's a bit more tricky, the situation. But in general, I think like even without the freezing apps thing, if you remember to close your apps all the time, we can get to a pretty good battery life.
Also, maybe a short note. I mean, we do have this is our Wayland now, and Wayland is a sane API. Like, we have proper we can do proper acceleration. We have good APIs to make things very power efficient, and lots of apps are already also quite power efficient. Like in GTK, there's lots of work and many projects.
Thank you. And if I could, another question: does push notifications work on GNOME Mobile?
Yeah, not yet. There's apparently people here who are working on it, and I talked to them yesterday already. And there's going to be an API for like Linux and push notifications, which is going to be universal for all the apps. And when this stuff is supported, then it's naturally going to work on GNOME Mobile too. Yeah, next question. Are we out of time? Okay.
Thank you.
One more, okay. Quick.
So with the convergence and changing how the apps looks and behave, how will that work? With small form factors and you remove the close button, how will that work with convergence when you drag a window to somewhere else?
Hello? Yeah. How does it work if I drag a...
how will it intended to work? You were talking about how to change the close button should be not showing when you have on the phone, but if you drag it to a big monitor that is connected to the phone with a convergent desktop environment.
Like, I don't think we have like a cohesive UX plan for that specific setup where you like are using both the mobile thing and the other thing on the same live system at the same time. But if I were to guess how we would do it, like probably you like explicitly move it over there, and then it just like has regular desktop affordances, right? Like it has the close button, whatever, you can resize it and so on. Whereas like this is a more constrained kind of setup. Also aware of time, I think.
We're just doing server-side decorations, I'm sure.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Bart. I'm DevOps engineer for GNOME Foundation, and I split my time between GNOME infrastructure and FlatHub. So I'm doing pretty much everything for FlatHub, developing the website, reviewing new applications, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about how FlatHub works. We are developing everything pretty much in the open, so why not talk about infrastructure as well? I think it might be interesting to see what it takes to actually run FlatHub on the scale it actually does run. Before I begin, we have a new website. If you haven't visited flathub.org yet, please come. It's newer, it's fancy, it uses all the trendy technologies that people want to use these days. JavaScript, Mambo Jumbo, whatever you like, it's there. Please come. I also want to thank Kolja Lampe for his enormous work on all of this. Like, I'm still a grumpy sysadmin, and Kolja pushed it all like to the point we could actually release yesterday. He's amazing. All right. So when you are using Flatpak, this is pretty much all that interests you. You are the user. Your Flatpak client hits the CDN, and CDN hit the boring servers. And yeah, your app is here, right? In reality, it's a little bit more complicated, but I will show you first how much the CDN does. So this is a screenshot I have taken yesterday at 8 a.m. And you can see that we are handling, just at 8 a.m., 12,000 requests per second. It's all managed by Fastly. And you can see at the global POP traffic that most of it comes at that time from Australia and India. And obviously, it moves during the day to various countries, which is really amazing to see that people around the world use the Flatpak when basically they get to work or whatever. And yeah, these are, I think, mostly monthly statistics. Every month we are pushing like 3 petabytes of data to users, which is really enormous. Like, we wouldn't manage to do that without CDN. So yeah, thank you Fastly for donating all of this for free. And yeah, this is the actual architecture of how delivering applications for users work. So when you install an application, it's going to hit the CDN edge, and if the cache is there, that's basically where the journey ends. But usually it's not, of course, because we have like 280 apps right now. So from CDN edge, the traffic goes to the CDN shield, which is like another cache layer that is trying to protect us from like suddenly growing traffic. From there, it's hitting our own cache, because you cannot have enough cache. There's always another layer where we are trying to cache the most used objects. Fastly is using something called consistent hashing, so we are effectively doubling the storage. And of course, if one of these servers fail over, it will just automatically move the traffic to the other node. And if everything fails, it will just keep hitting the repo directly. And the repo is the single box with fancy ZFS hard disk. So technically, it was supposed to last for years. In practice, we need to remove all the builds every year, because that's how many builds we are getting every year. And yeah, from CDN edge, we also get logs about requests to our log server, which is later used to process statistics. We are not collecting any like personal information. It's just Flatpak version and CPU architecture. So, for example, we cannot tell which distribution has just enabled FlatHub by default. It's always kind of interesting detective work you need to do to learn that, for example, Endless OS enabled FlatHub by default. You just kind of need to correlate whatever is on Foronix or other Linux news website with the spike in the graphs. Otherwise, you just go blind. Yeah, so this is about the delivering the application to the user. A lot of cache, but somehow it actually works. As far as the builds go, if you are maintaining an app on FlatHub, you probably know about BuildBot. So every time you open a pull request or push a new commit to GitHub, it submits a webhook event to BuildBot, which then tries to figure out whether this is actually a legit webhook coming from the FlatHub organization. figures out which architectures are available for a given app, and then communicates with 4 builders which were donated by Equinix Metal, 2 for x86 and 2 for ARM64. And yeah, this hits the Flat Manager, which is our Rust project for managing OS3 repositories. I will get back there. And some people can upload builds directly to Flat Manager, which is kind of our goal in the future. So basically, you just are bypassing entire GitHub. So if you are a GitHub hater, you could host your app elsewhere. Or basically, there are like 2 reasons for that. So with all Electron apps, Rust apps, and whatever, the expectation is that you get network access during the build, which we don't offer on our infrastructure. And the other is that for trusted vendors like Free Desktop SDK, which takes like, I guess, 2 weeks to build without the cache, we just don't want to see this on our infrastructure in the first place. So yeah, BuildBot first validates the manifest with Flatpak Builder lint, which is a new project I wrote in a few days to make sure that manifests are sane. The problem with Flatpak Builder manifest is that you can do pretty much anything, and given that I'm one of the 2 primary reviewers of new applications, it doesn't scale. So the linter is supposed to kind of replace me. In the future, we also want to extend this to actually validate the builds, so make sure that let's say you don't include development headers when you don't need them, stuff like this. Then BuildBot builds the app for requested architectures. It's magic. I don't exactly know how it works, but it works. For building applications, we are using org.flatpak.builder Flatpak app. So if you are trying to reproduce some build failure, I recommend using this instead of your distro package Flatpak Builder. Mostly because I'm not a good open source citizen and I don't upstream patches when I don't like something that Flatpak Builder or Flatpak does. So it behaves slightly different, especially as far as the validation goes, especially about upstream. Upstream is very interesting specification. That could be another talk, I guess. So yeah, BuildBot also tries to check that upstream icon desktop files there. FlatHub is primarily desktop focused, while we do allow CLI apps, the experience is not exactly great. So we need to make sure that the desktop file and metadata that will be later used on the website is also there. And yeah, for historical reasons, we are flashing the publishing queue every 3 hours. I don't think there's a good reason now, these days, for the delay. What I'm trying to sell when people ask is that you can basically test your final build and plug it out if you want to remove it before it gets published to the users. But I think that's something that we will revisit in the future. For the Flat Manager, as I said, it's a API written in Rust for managing repositories. So OS3 repositories are a little bit brittle. You cannot do 2 publishing at once. You cannot import too many objects at once because everything will break. So Flat Manager makes sure that there is a single type of job running every time. And of course, it also solves the problem with getting external people access to upload anything. Apart from that, it also generates deltas. So instead of downloading 2,000 files, you download a single batch file with all the objects that have changed between the versions, or just entire delta. It's called from scratch delta, which contains all the objects. So despite claims of HTTP 2 being faster for multiple files, it's really not. Like single file always downloads faster than multiple files, even if you have a single channel for that. Flat Manager these days also modifies the upstream verification data. So on the new website, we have the verification feature. If you are a developer, you can log in and verify that you own the ID by either the website or GitHub/GitLab accounts. So we also want this to be in the future visible in the native frontends like KDE Discover and GNOME software. And so this is why we need to modify the XML to make sure that this metadata is there. And yeah, afterwards, assuming that all of this works, we are notifying the CDN to purge the summary file, which is like the index file with what is where as far as the apps go, and the backend to update the data. Yeah, and the website. Website is fancy, I would say. So Next.js frontend. It's I guess not so cool these days as far as JavaScript goes, because there is a new framework every other week. But what it gives us is that we are pretty much serving the static data most of the time. So this way, the front end hits the backend only once and then caches the data before it changes, instead of just hitting the backend for every request. The backend is written in Python. It's a little bit of messy. It hasn't aged well, I guess, maybe because I'm the main developer. But yeah, it's trying. So basically, it talks to Flatpak API, and it tries to read the summary file, the upstream file, and kind of make it nice into displaying in the website. Reproducible data is stored in Redis, which is known as the best database for persistent data. It totally doesn't keep everything in memory and just drops it when you disable it. But yeah, I mean, this is why this is about reproducible data. We can just reload everything when something goes wrong. And yeah, and persistent data is stored in PostgreSQL. So at this point, it's just the verification. And yeah, and the payments in the future, I guess. Like, the payments code is already there. It's just not enabled on the website. Totally not because people post beta domain on various social media and then complain that beta website is broken. Yeah, so that's pretty much the overview. As I said, everything is developed in the open. So if you have any questions or ideas how to make things better, please join us on one of these channels or Discord. Yeah, we are always open to contributions. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That was a short one. Yeah, there was a question there. It doesn't work.
So you mentioned that direct publishing is something that you want to expand basically in the future.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. Let me get back. Yeah, let's say that's the current flow.
Exactly. So do you have a plan regarding tokens and their lifetime and their management in some kind of, let's call it system that isn't bottlenecked by
me, basically. Yeah,
exactly.
For the context, for example, Mozilla has a reminder in their calendar to contact me a month before their token expires to make sure that they can still publish new versions to FlatHub. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, I don't scale, as I mentioned. I need to be removed from the picture because otherwise FlatHub will suddenly disappear when I'm gone. Which actually always happens when I take vacation. Like, there's always an infrastructure problem when I don't have my laptop with me. In the future, that will be kind of embedded into the new website. So we want to reverse the flow a little bit. You will log in with some account, GitHub, GitLab, whatever, on our website. Then you will be able to verify the ID even without uploading anything, and that will give you the token. We are using JWT tokens right now, which is not ideal. Like, it's completely not the intended use for JWT tokens. So we need to, good question, what we need to do. I guess we need to have a lot of duct tape to make sure that this this works well. But basically, you will be able to have a token generated from the UI. And we should have reminders, like automatic ones, that the token is about to expire. The other thing that is going to change, I didn't mention, Billbot works, but as I mentioned, it's not great, basically. It's like Jenkins, but somehow worse. I mean, it's completely out of touch with what is going on with the CI systems right now. It's completely unlike GitLab CI or GitHub Actions, which is wrong. And yeah, we basically need to get rid of it. So the idea is that we will move all CI checks to Flat Manager, because currently whoever gets the token gets to upload anything without any additional questions. So the idea in the future is that when you upload directly to Flat Manager, if something is wrong, it will raise the flag for the manual review. And of course, we need to make the CI much, much more thorough.
Great. And will this also work for free desktop SDK?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I mean, you haven't talked it in this talk, so I don't know if it's on topic or not, but there's this thing that creates pull requests, the external data checker, right?
Yeah.
You say you want to remove Billbot, kind of. Like, would that be affected at all, or just be the same? Like,
well,
the
we
request will be created, and then instead of Billbot, something else would run, or?
Yeah, we will need to sort this out. So what I was thinking about is like a middleman API. Like, we need to replace Billbot completely, but we still need to keep the automation for pull requests running. Like, we have about 2,000 repositories. Most of the builds are hosted by us, so we cannot just remove it and tell people to go elsewhere. So with some sort of middleman API, we will be able to still get webhook events for new pull requests and start a new build and post a comment that something has been built or not. And yeah, external data checker is also very important. Like, we need definitely more examples out for that. We want to make the usage more popular across applications, because, I mean, you know best as a KDE apps maintainer how much work it takes to keep everything up to date. So we definitely want to make developers' lives easier. We just need to kind of get the priorities right.
More questions? Georges? So when you say that the plan is to eventually retire Buildbot, does that mean does that imply that FlatHub generally won't be doing any builds by itself?
No.
Or it's just a bot?
It's just a bot. We will just replace it somehow. So, I mean, because the team is small and we don't have like infinite resources, I think the good idea would be to have this middleman API talk to GitHub Actions, for example, and then trigger new builds on GitHub Actions, but still use runners we are managing ourselves. So this is basically the long-term idea. We will somehow make this work with some external CI system, but still running actual builds on our own infrastructure for safety reasons. Well, and performance reasons as well, because what you get for free is usually slow.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments? I'm gonna count to 3.
Yeah.
All right, so let's thank Bart for the talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so thanks everyone for coming. My name is Felipe Borges, this is my colleague Bilal Imasso, and we are planning to make a presentation about Flatpak for people who are not building Flatpaks. You see, this is a conference where a lot of people are part of the ecosystem, but we also are expecting to onboard new people, so that's why we came up with this proposal to try to contemplate as many people as we could, I guess. So you want to speak about yourself?
Yeah, I am Bilal. I'm a Red Hat software engineer. I also contribute to various stuff in upstream GNOME projects and Flatpak, FlatHub. That's it, more or less.
Yes, Flatpak?
Yeah. So I'm Felipe Borges. I've been working in GNOME as well with Bilal. I do Fedora and RHEL as well, and yeah, I think both of us are like app developers, so we wanted to present this from also our perspective as people who build apps and try to cover like what are the scenarios and what are the challenges you'd face when you are building a Flatpak app for your existing application. So basically, we're going to elaborate a bit on what's Flatpak and what are the goals of Flatpak and what Flatpak is as of today. Speak a bit about the sandboxing, because as somebody who wants to package an application, the sandboxing is probably the one obstacle you're going to face at first. Portals, which is the way how you can work with the sandbox. And then we're going to share some experiences about using Flatpak in CI, which is also something that has empowered a lot our developer story, because it's allow us to interact a lot with designers, developers, documentation people. So it's going to be nice to offer this perspective. And lastly, distributing apps. You heard a bunch of talks today about FlatHub. But yeah, we're going to briefly explain how you could get your app distributed to a broader audience thanks to Flatpak and FlatHub and other Flatpak-based repositories. Yeah, just a nice logo. You can skip this one. So here I just made a list of goals for Flatpak. So basically what we wanted as a community when we were looking for a solution to the Linux fragmentation problem, right? I guess most of you are already used to the idea that in the past, distribution, well, still present, but distributions used to pack every single application. There was a lot of duplication because Debian would do their thing, Ubuntu would do their thing, SUSE, Fedora. And the idea of a universal packaging is something that everybody has ever contemplated, but the problem has always been about the platform, how we are going to equalize the platform so applications would perform similarly and the experience would be consistent. So the build for every distro has been the fundamental goal, consistent across environments. Distribution, the whole point of having a distribution has been differentiation, right? Distributions have a purpose, and at the same time when you develop an application, you have a purpose, and distributions were somehow getting in the way from the developer guaranteeing that experience to be identical to everyone. Building tools, another reference to the status quo of distributing apps, that if you have tried to package apps in various distributions, you can find that the packaging methods can get quite complex, RPMs and debs and spec files and things like this. So I think a design motivation that was taken in Flatpak was about making things very simple. Like the concept of the Flatpak manifest and Flatpak builder was really about trying to not repeat the mistakes of what's been done before. Yeah, distributions made it easy, right? The idea of Flatpak being a decentralized way and allowing everybody to participate, but at the same time not adding fragmentation by doing that this way. And yeah, it's stable platforms because distributions have different rhythms. Historically, one of the biggest problems that distributions have is the pacing, whether you want to move slow with features or move fast. People usually want a stable, rock-solid system, and they want the newest things. So how can we try to conciliate these two conflicting demands? So with Flatpaks and the concepts we're going to be speaking in the future with runtimes and SDKs, we are offering a very good way to tackle this problem. Yeah, control over dependencies. This is something I could share as a personal experience as somebody who packaged an application that has a bunch of dependencies. I work with GNOME Boxes, this virtualization management tool, and it requires the virtualization stack. We actually bundle the whole virtualization stack on the Flatpak, and one of the biggest issues I have historically had that actually was slowing down the development of boxes was the differentiation between distros. I have had bug reports about people having issues with one package being built with a certain flag that doesn't allow us to consume a feature on our application, and sometimes even trickling down. So one dependency needed a feature to be enabled based on an optional dependency and so on. So, and distributions also always, because of the package management way that they are distributing, had this limitation that they want to be able to provide one package that can be used for multiple people. So the use case for server virtualization, desktop virtualization, not necessarily overlapped 100%. So sometimes what they were deciding, what they were like building for, was not what I wanted as the platform for my application. So this really brought us control finally to developers. So not just in terms of the dependencies, but as a whole, and the way your application is going to be presented to your user. So even on the question of theming and UI consistencies, you have the power to simply overwrite whatever the distribution would have. And yeah, another goal that Flatpak has had is being an independent project. So even though a lot of the stakeholders in Flatpak are people who came from GNOME, the idea has always been about reaching out to the broader free desktop community and building something that works for all. I think Rob mentioned in his FlatHub talk that now there is even an attempt to make a different organization, like from a legal standpoint for FlatHub. So that already indicates that it has been always a motivation not to make something that it's specific to one platform, because the way we work in Linux over the years has been somehow overlapping. Distros are doing the same thing, and we want to look for a solution that is actually going to bring everybody together to build something for all. So yeah, so basically the things as an app developer that you need to know for Flatpak is the concepts of a runtime and SDK, is something that you have in other platforms. But the runtime is the dependencies that you need for running your application. It's the classic things that you usually would install in a /user on your system in a classic distribution model. And the runtime is like something that it's consistent. It's like you want to target a specific runtime because a specific runtime has a certain version of things. And the SDK is what you need when you are building your application. So as an app developer, you're going to use the runtime and the SDK, but as a consumer, a Flatpak user, you just need the runtime. Bundle libraries is also another concept. So if your application has some dependencies that are not part of the runtime, because the runtimes, they are designed as such to include the most common dependencies. So once you install a runtime and you have multiple apps that use that runtime, you don't need to actually have those duplicated in your system. But apps have their own specific dependencies, and you are allowed to bundle those in Flatpak, those that are not part of the runtime. And you can actually even do runtime overrides by bundling runtime dependencies in case you need something else, but I wouldn't recommend that all the time, just when it really makes sense. Repositories also, like Flatpak has like kind of a Git type of design, so the idea that we're speaking a lot here about FlatHub as the centralized store, but there are other competing stores and other stores with different purposes. I think that even this week, Purism has announced that they are like releasing their own Flatpak repository, so they can provide their own runtime and their own apps. So I think that that's nice, because with the Flatpak client, you can just add multiple repositories, and when you do a Flatpak install where you're using your favorite front end like GNOME Software or KDE Discovery, you just get the collection of apps from the repositories you have. So you can just collect repositories and then just choose the software from the sources you trust, the softwares you want. Another concept that explains what Flatpak is about is sandboxing. Flatpak uses a technology called bubble wrap. So this constrains the app, because another problem that we are trying to solve with this technology is applications overwriting each other's or interfering with each other's user data or with libraries dependencies. So and also the privacy situations. You want to be able to install applications that are just accessing the data that you want them to access. So I think that also goes well with our open source general idea of transparency, privacy, security. So the sandbox exists. And yeah, the sandbox solves that problem, but still introduces some other problem, which is that sometimes you need that data access, you need those system resources access. So there's when portals enter, and portals are supposed to be some agnostic API that provides this middleman access for the application and the system. So either with Flatpaks or snaps or any other technology that might show up, you can use portals to be able to integrate with the system. So if you be interested on using resources that are outside of the sandbox, that's the way to go. We are going to be speaking about portals in the end. So yeah, if you are to build a Flatpak app, I think that this is like the pretty much the 3 steps that you need to look into. Like there'll be some details about it, but you need to pick a runtime. So your application needs to target a runtime that contains the common dependencies of your application. The runtimes tend to be able to be inheriting from each other. So the free desktop runtime, it's, I guess, became a standard as the base runtime, and then GNOME and KDE have built runtimes on top of it, so they are like subsets of each other. This one that Purism has been working on seems to be on top of the GNOME one, so I think that that's also something nice because we are like also handling the decoupling of dependencies in there. Another decision you need to make about choosing your runtime is the live support of the runtime. The GNOME runtime follows the GNOME versioning schemes, but there are discussions about distributions introducing their own runtime and trying to provide this sale of choose our runtime because it's gonna have long-term support. I suppose that if Red Hat were to make its runtime available, it's going to be like compatible with the RHEL support cycle. So I think that that's something you need to consider when you're developing an app. What are your plans for future evolution of your app, if you're going to be following runtime updates, or if you want to develop something that is rock solid and is going to be enterprisey. Yeah, so the manifest, the manifest can be written in either JSON or YAML, and basically you describe there what's the runtime and the SDK of your application. You described the sandbox permissions. And then you just list the dependencies. In the sandbox permissions, we also, I think we're gonna show a little bit or details of it, but you can decide what your application is going to have statically by default as permissions of access. And then build, there's Flatpak Builder as a tool. We also have some IDEs that do some very good job at building. GNOME Builder does it very well. So in GNOME Builder, you can just import a Flatpak manifest and just press this play button, and it just builds the Flatpak container and dependency. Does actually a pretty good job with caching as well. So you might just modify your app, and then it just builds from there. But yeah, once you build your Flatpak, you just have this this app that you can run, and you can also produce bundles out of it. So pretty much just 3 basic steps that you need to address if you want to make your app available as a Flatpak as of today. So here a bit of detailing on the sandboxing. The goals of sandboxing is really to isolate data, and I wouldn't sell this as a security thing. There has been a lot of controversy. They probably have heard about criticisms of Flatpak as a security tool, and it has never been sold as a super secure thing. It's more about you trying to be very clear and transparent about what the app does and what it does not. So app developers can actually enable file system access, can enable device access, and the idea is that we have an explicit way of specifying what are the sandbox holes, what are the constraints of the sandbox. So either users using the Flatpak client or using software stores or settings applications, they can actually see that information clearly, and that's something transparent to them. Like in the packaging traditional way, you just don't have that. You install an app and you're like blindly trusting what they are or doing or not doing. And so that's something Flatpak addresses. Yeah, so basically if you just create a basic Flatpak and you just don't poke around, you're gonna have your writable access to this home hidden folder in your home /var app and then the app ID. So this is in the classic Flatpak app, you would have those files in your home folder in .config, .cache, everything else local. So that's pretty much the writable access that your app has, and everything else is just not available except for the runtime. The runtime is mounted as read-only, so your app can definitely link against the runtime things, and that's going to work when you're running, but you're not going to be able to perform writing access there, so you're not going to be actually like altering the runtime, so that's kind of safe. Yeah, display applications Flatpak is targeting at graphic applications, GUI apps, so you're going to have by default display access for X and Wayland, so you don't actually need to explicitly bother about that. And then some other parts of the file system, like the Linux, everything is a file, so themes, fonts, and other things that your app is going to need as a graph app using the popular toolkits. So those things are sourced already inside the sandbox, so you don't actually need to bother about making fonts available for your app to use. Yeah, and what is not available for default? So before I was describing the things that are available, accessible by default in the sandbox, and this is what's not. So your home directory, so if you do not set static permission to access the home folder, your default app doesn't access it. So if you are writing an app that doesn't need to access user data, there's no point on exposing the user data to the sandbox. I think that's going to be actually a pretty good sale marketing aspect to your app, just saying it doesn't access your data. Other parts of the file system, so you actually don't need to worry about that. Devices, you also I imagine the critical person who has like problems with surveillance and stuff to like be always wondering, do my apps access my webcam, or there's some keylogger going on here? So restricting device access by default, it's something, and then you can just poke those holes if you actually need it for your app. And even better if you can use portals, right? Portals are going to provide access with permission management, so you can have a permission store, and the user is going to have a UI interacting with that. And debug system, yeah, if you would have like access to debug on your app, you would be able to just do all kinds of stuff as well, like sandbox escaping. So that's something that you just don't get by default. There are applications that need it, that they are like more on working on a system level. So for those, you could overwrite this. Yeah, so sandbox holds these overrides that I've been talking this whole time. They are kind of a legacy thing as of now, but they are actually the current state of things, because we are in a transition. Flatpak has not been designed before the Linux app ecosystem. Flatpak has come after there was a Linux app ecosystem, and now we are transitioning applications. That requires work for app developers, and that's actually one of the main purposes of us giving this this presentation, to actually show you what it is and what you need to mind when you are developing an app. So if you want to get your app running out of the box very easily, then you would have to poke sandbox holes. But your future goals should be to close those holes and actually use portals. So then you are actually getting into the security model that is the ideal that we want, with permission access, allowing users to grant and revoke permissions. Home access, a lot of apps unfortunately rely on writing and reading from the home folder. So that's a classic sandbox hole that applications have. Session bus as well. Applications need to rely on information that comes from other system components. So imagine that you have something that needs to get time zone information, so you get that from the systemd debug interface and other things. And also specific access to device. You have a camera device and you need to actually access the physical device, or you are having a virtualization managed app and you need to actually have access to dev KVM and things like this. So this is how the information that Flatpak has could be exposed in a graphic interface. I think that this is a little outdated, but this is how the boxes page looked like in GNOME software back when I did this presentation. So those informations from the Flatpak manifest can be exposed, and then we can have this transparency where the user knows that what the app can and what cannot do. Like you have there examples of network access, subfolders, user settings. So I think that that's definitely a progress over what we had before with just simply packaged apps. Yeah, here's another way of this data being presented. This is in GNOME settings. I also think it's a bit old school, outdated version, but We also have application settings in GNOME where we also can show what each app does. I know the KDE has it, and I think even KDE has already options to overwrite those settings, so you could go to the KDE settings and even overwrite the permissions of the sandbox. In GNOME, as of now, it's very popular for people to use Flat Seal, but yeah, we just don't really want that to be the way to go. We want everybody to use portals because that's the security model. But yeah, so this is definitely an improvement over the traditional apps. So you want to talk about?
So as Felipe mentioned, the main aspect we are missing nowadays in the application is the usage of portals. So basically, as the application are sandboxed by default, they cannot access the host system resources such as files or devices, the webcam or whatever. And the portals are basically made for this. So they are a bunch of APIs that you can talk to in a desktop agnostic way. So you don't have to write a specific code for GNOME, another one for KDE, another one for, I don't know, XCFC and so on. So you basically target one API, and the portals come with a service that runs on your system, and it will detect which portals are available and which implementation exists, and will call that implementation. Then gives the application back the resources it needs. The existing portals as of nowadays are portals that allow you to access to a specific file, either to read it or save that file for printing, notifications, camera, to access the location, set the wallpaper, and so on. And you can interact with these portals either by using dbus directly, or you can use libportal, for example, if you are writing C, Python, or JavaScript, or you can use, I don't know how to pronounce it, even if I wrote this library, but it's a Rust library for interacting with portals, and yeah. But there are also various automagic APIs. So basically, if you are using GTK file chooser native GTK file dialog, you don't have to explicitly interact with the portal. It does that behind the scenes for you and gives you access. You don't need to do much. The same thing for print operation, for printing, for sending notifications, for inhibiting the application. And the last one is for accessing the user location. So once you have already written your Flatpak manifest, one interesting aspect of Flatpak is that you can build the Flatpak in your CI, and you can get a bundle that you can either let the user to test a specific patch, or for translators to test how the application is looking and so on. So you can easily do that with GitLab and also GitHub. For GitLab, we have this already made template that you can include into your CI file, and that will configure almost everything. And you just need to fill specific variables with where the manifest is, what's the application ID, and so on, and it will add a new job that builds the application. Once the application is built, you can also publish it to a specific Flatpak repository, like the FlatHub one, for example. And for that, we can use Flat Manager, which is also already included in this Flatpak CI template. The same thing that is also possible using GitHub. We have made these GitHub actions that are pretty easy to use, that can be made to, as I mentioned, to build your application and publish it. It's already used by very popular applications like OBS, because they have some specific restrictions about some keys that are used when building the application to enable certain features. So they cannot build inside the FlatHub repository. So they build in their own CI and then publish to FlatHub or FlatHub Beta. So for distributing your application, you have various choices. You can even self-host your repository if you have some enterprise-specific applications that you don't want to distribute to everyone. You can distribute your application on FlatHub or use another repository like Elementary, for example. About FlatHub, you could also watch the talk that was done by Bart a couple of hours ago. Yeah, an hour, yeah. Which explains how FlatHub works in more details. So we can skip this part now, as it's basically uploads a manifest somewhere and there's a builder to build their application, then publish it with Flats Manager. And these are some interesting links if you want to set up Flatpak in your machine or FlatHub. And the last one is for accessing the specific, the generic portals API. Because as I mentioned, there is the generic implementation and there are GNOME-specific implementation on the KDE one. So that's when you are running KDE, you get the KDE file chooser, and that's the GTK one. And thank you. Any questions or nothing?
I did already ask, I guess, a related question in previous talk, but I think it's even more related here. So we now allow building Flatpaks in OBS as an open build service, OBS Studio as well. But the major pain is that people that maintain RPMs have hard way to actually create the initial, manifest for Flatpaks. Is there any work that you are aware of for doing something like alien from dev to RPM, from RPM to Flatpak manifest? I think it would be huge help. Maybe not so much work, but it would fill up FlatHub immediately with lots of new applications. Just saying.
So I have a wild idea. Don't take it as don't quote me on this, but one thing that I have proposed when Fedora Flatpaks were being discussed is the idea that you just construct a manifest from the RPM sources, and you just write a tool to get the patches that you have on your spec file moved into the manifest way, and then you do some linking LD path override to have the builds that are from /user to /app, or maybe just run rebuilds everywhere with the right prefix, because in Flatpak the apps are in /app. But I think that that's something you could do to rely on your existing spec files, so not on your already pre-built RPMs. So not gonna solve your problem because you already have a lot of built ones, but maybe you're not gonna have to rewrite manifests by hand, but you're gonna have your spec files and rebuild manifests from that. So imagine you just parse a manifest and then recursively go through the dependencies, and then you just construct the dependency tree on the Flatpak manifest. Just a wild idea, never tried.
Thanks. I have a related question. Would it be possible if we use, for example, Fedora runtime which already exists in Flatpak repository, to just, during build process, install the RPM? And I understand it would be suboptimal, but would it be possible to do something like that? Because it's the way typically done with Docker containers. So would it be possible also with Flatpak?
I'm not sure I understand the question actually.
Like when you, in my maybe naive idea, Flatpak is just a container, something like a regular container, like a Docker container. When you are building Docker container, you have a Docker file, and in the Docker file you install or DNF install some RPM, right? So would something like that be possible with the Flatpak? I don't know the inside.
No, because Flatpak makes use of these specific runtimes and SDKs. You don't have access to package management tools. You cannot install things during the build time, because usually the build time doesn't have access to network either. And yeah, it's...
Yeah, because the concept of Flatpak will be building those apps, right? And when you do a DNF install, you're actually getting those binaries. And then those binaries will be built against libraries that were not part of the runtime. So, and then you'll just not be able to link against them, or you will just be shipping binaries in a container. So you're just defeating the purpose of using Flatpak in the first place, right? You'll just be shipping a regular container instead.
In a way, he describes modules in Fedora, sort of.
Yeah, modularity was kind of like that idea. So instead of Flatpak, I would probably advise modularity. I just don't know what's the status of that project either. Anybody else wants to comment, ask questions? All right, and so thanks for coming. We have lightning talks coming soon, so stay in the room or stay around. Thank you very much.
Test 1, 2.
Am I muted? I am not. Okay, then, as I was saying, last sprint in LAS, we're gonna do a few lightning talks. If you have a lightning talk and you haven't sent the slides, please send them to me at, well, my contact information. Here, the email should work fine, or Telegram, you can find me on the attendees list as well, or, well, you'll find a way. And then I'm start, so I am introducing myself. My name is Alesh, and I am gonna talk about this topic, which isn't mine, but Harald, who was working on it, couldn't make it to LAS. And since I had convinced him to do the talk, I said, all right, I'll do it. So I might not know all of the answers of the questions you might have, but since it's a lightning talk, there's no questions. So win-win, or lose-win anyway. So what are we going to talk about? What happened here was that somewhat famous game manufacturer told us that we needed better tools to making sure that our software always works. And we thought, okay, let's put together some kind of framework. Obviously, we've done that in numerous times in history before. So we had to do something different. And when Harold started to think about this, he came to the conclusion of, so what you want is, you have an app, you want to make sure that this app is doing what it's meant to do. What historically most frameworks have been doing has been like checking that the graphics are correct. And if they haven't changed since the last version or whatever, then you're happy. The problem with this is that well, you end up using very weird algorithms to compare screenshots, and then you cannot test things like color schemes and things like that. So we thought, how about we don't use the graphical output, but we use the accessibility API. So how somebody who cannot use a graphical interface would be interacting with the application. This way you get somewhat more semantic information about the things, like you can ask which buttons I have, what text do they have, has this property changed, which is much easier to do with code than actually comparing images and so on and so forth. So we're using ATSPI, which is the traditional free desktop standard for accessibility to query the application. I guess that why makes sense, right? Like you want to make sure that things stay working, and you want to be able to well, check how things work. We'll look at an example a bit later. We're using, like I said, ATSPI. Also Wayland. So how these tests work at the technical level is that we spawn Queen Wayland compositor, and then we spawn the process within. And then we have a Python script that uses Appium. Appium, which is the thing I talked about before, and then, well, I skimmed through it. But Appium is a toolkit that was created on top of Selenium, which has been a framework that has been used for testing webs, and Appium was done by the cool Appy people to be able to do the same with apps. Something that I find quite interesting about this approach is that it lets us leverage a lot of technology that has been developed for, well, from this not really Linux kind of world, or our Linux, if you get what I mean. Like there's been a lot of development that has been happening outside of our realm, and we're just reusing it to make sure that our tools are working well. So if you don't mind looking at a little bit of code, we can take a look at this right now, which is the code for a test. So this is the test that we have now to, there you go, to make sure that Discover, which is our software center, the Flatpak integration still works. I don't want you to look at all of the code because it's kind of boring and a little bit boilerplatey, but what we can see here is that we're setting up the system a little bit with some stuff. So what we want to do is not test that, for example, Flatpak works on our computer. What we want to make sure is that if we put our Discover into another computer, it's gonna work fine. So for example, here it's taking like an empty system and just adding FlatHub into it, and well, making sure it doesn't have calcium inside, calcium being any application that we wanted to test. And then it performs things within, for example, here we can see that it looks for a search field, and then it checks whether it's focused, and it sends the calcium text, and then enter to look it up, and then it tries to do what you would do as a user, or maybe as an ATSPI user if you want, to do all of the things. Like here is doing the installation. Well, it checks that there's an application description. It triggers the install and then the removal eventually. So what this test will be doing is launching a Discover, searching for calcium, making sure that everything is more or less in place, installing, and then uninstalling it. And if it didn't crash, well, everything was able to be done, well, it will succeed. And actually, it works, right? Like actually, yesterday I was looking into Qt 6 port of Discover. The test was done in Qt 5, and it wasn't passing. And actually, I was talking to Harald saying, "Why is this not working? It must be a problem with the infrastructure." And no, it was actually Discover that was broken, and I was being weird. What I wanted to show you here is what it looks like for GitLab. So one of the advantages is that as soon as since you still have the graphical aspects of it, because like I said, it's a Wayland session, you can look through the artifacts, and when something is not working or anything, you can still compare them visually and see where the application is stuck. Something that we've been working on, for example, as well, is like recording a video of this whole process. So if anything goes wrong, then you can look at the video, see what happened without having to maybe run the test locally or whatever, because well, not everything that happens on the CI will happen on your system. And well, we said no questions, so probably good time to go into the next lightning talk. I don't know if there's time. It's weird being host and talking. Thank you. Game development is next. Who does game development on Linux?
Hello, hello. Well, hello everyone. I'm Jesus Soto. I work as a software engineer for Canonical, and today I'm going to talk about a topic that excites us a lot, and it's been trending in the recent years, and it's, well, gaming. What's happening? Well, most of you are aware that there's been an increase in the market share of Steam users for the Linux operating system. And this is basically due to, well, one very important factor is the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck runs a specific version of Arch, Steam OS, but it basically has been pushing the development of compatibility tools and games in general for the Linux platform. And here we have some numbers on how it's being seen. We're seeing the increases in ProtonDB. ProtonDB is a compatibility layer for Windows games to run on Linux. This number is growing every week or we see the verified games increasing, and this will continue to grow. But well, this has a downside, of course. Compatibility layers aren't always working like they should, and there's specific edge cases for some games that don't run. So we can also start to focus on native games. On Linux, we have 3 different engines. 2 of the most important that are Unity and Unreal, the most professional ones. Those 2 provide export targets for Linux. And there's also even some engines outside of Linux, like the Cry engine, that provide also an export template for Linux. But here I want to talk about a very important one, that is Godot. Godot, what is it and why should we use it? Well, it's a free, all-in-one, cross-platform game engine that makes it easy to create 2D and 3D video games. It has an intuitive, scene-driven design, coding tools. We're going to go through that in a few minutes. It's a powerful engine for both 3D and 2D with specialized workflows, cross-platform support with only one project, which means that you can develop the video game on different platforms. Like you can grab your project and work on it on Windows, work on it on Mac, work on it on Linux, even on the web, and then export to any target platform. And well, our favorite part is completely free and open source. Well, one important question is, should I use the default version or the mono version? What's the difference between those? Well, the GD script, it's the built-in language for programming. It provides a very close, tight integration to the engine, and it's similar to Python, so it's very easy to start coding in GD script. And the other option is Mono. Mono offers the .NET compatibility tool. Then there you can use your libraries that you know for C# and start coding with performance boosts. Or there's even more options. I mean, you can also extend it through different programming languages of your choice, or you can modify the engine itself because it's open source. A few weeks ago, Godot 4 was released. What's new? Well, there's actually a lot of different upgrades in the engine. There's an article posted by themselves on what's the new things in this version. There's a lot of enhancements in 2D, 3D, shaders, physics engines, animations, editors, and the GD extension that is basically an API for you to build engine models with almost native compatibility. So the important question, is it as good as Unreal? Can we ditch Unreal and start coding with Godot? Well, here I posted two different examples. One is of a YouTuber, stay-at-home dev, that was able to create a video game just while Unreal was loading and compiling shaders. And the other one is an article by It's Foss that is basically calling all developers to take a look at Godot and what it offers. The truth is well, that both are different things, right? Unreal is tailored for some specific projects, while Godot is for another type of project. It's like trying to compare the Ubuntu server image with the Ubuntu desktop image. I mean, both are great, but both are for different purposes. Godot could be used for a quick template, proof of concept, or for indie game development, while Unreal serves for more, well, for AAA games, very complex projects with a lot of textures, which, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that Godot can handle that, and it doesn't necessarily mean that indie devs shouldn't look into Unreal, but those are different tools with different capabilities. A little quick tour of the UI. On the top you have the toolbar, the most common buttons that you always have: copy, paste, undo, redo, project settings, debugger, and the play buttons. Then you have the scene. In the scene you can place nodes, more on the nodes in the next slides, but basically are the elements of the game. File system is to provide access, to give you access to your system for where you have your textures, your assets. Output is like a console where you can print messages and read what's happening. Viewport, that is basically where all your objects are placed in 3D space, and you can move them around, rotate them, and look what's happening. And the inspector, that is basically a menu where you can modify the node properties. Where is the object, the size, the rotation, different properties, materials, whatever that you want to tweak around, that's the inspector for. A little bit on the basics. It's a scene and node-based development. So you can create an asset as a scene. For example, an enemy, a Goomba. You can place there all of your nodes that you require and then instance it all the times you need on a different scene. And these are one of the most common types of nodes. The mesh instance or sprite is how your asset is going to look. Character body is a body that can be controlled by an input. Collision shapes, there are basically the shapes that will define how objects interact into the scene depending on its shape. Rigid bodies, there are objects that follow the laws of physics. Static bodies, there are objects that won't follow the laws of physics, basically for the floor or for something that isn't moving on the scene. Camera for rendering and for your character view. Lights to illuminate the scene, and control nodes, basically for UI elements. If you want to have a progress bar or a health bar or your coins or your health points, you can use the elements in the control category. This is a quick example on how to map your controls. It's a GDScript script. And then you have your input mappings where you can define different actions with different key bindings and then just reference them in your script. Well, we also had to talk, we wanted to talk about the Godot Snap because it's available in the Snap Store, and give a quick example on how easy it is to create a snap when you have a binary artifact. You can pull it directly from the web, copy it to the install directory, and copy the desktop files. I mean, of course, you still have to define your plugs, your apps, maybe some layout bindings, and these type of things, but project-wise, you just have to copy your binary artifact into the installation directory, and that's all. Well, there's no questions, but I'll be around if you want to chat about the Godot engine and maybe start developing our own games for the Linux platform. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather. I'm here. I also work for Canonical, so you got two back-to-backs. I'm here to talk about bugs. You know, we don't know what's wrong with software unless people file bugs, so we can't spell bugs without you. So, you know, bugs matter for a lot of reasons. They matter to the developer because they might not be aware. They use the software in a different way than the user might. And, you know, duplicates do happen. Don't be afraid of them. You know, do your best to try and see if, you know, the bug has already been filed. But if you don't find it, then go ahead and file a quick bug. The more visible the app is, the more useful that bug that you might have found is. But then also for users, you know, issues can serve as documentation. Like I mean, it's not ideal, right? We want to have perfect documentation everywhere we go. But if you find an issue and you just file it, then if someone else stumbles across that, then they might find the issue too and be like, oh, yeah, it affects me too, right? Or it might, you know, the solution might be in the comments. It might be a workaround or something that can help someone else pass that issue. So, yeah, like worst case, it's a breadcrumb for other users. And then, of course, we always want this to happen. The bug may be fixed, and then it improves the experience for everyone. So the more detailed a bug report is, then the easier it is to fix, and the less like back and forth you have to do with the developer. And yeah. So let's talk a little bit about like time-efficient bug filing, because I'm sure that, you know, many of us have spent an hour filing a bug, right? Gathering all the information, trying to make it perfect. And so that can be kind of daunting when you go and you find an issue and you're like, oh, I don't have an hour to file this bug, right? So if we can just know exactly some steps that make it a lot easier for the developers to act on, then it's better for our time and better for their time and just all around better. So, I mean, we're always in a hurry. It never seems like we have time, so if we can just do it quickly, that's the best. And it makes our time investment much more worth it. Again, in the approach, the more details, the better, because it reduces, like, you know, the back and forth you have to do with the developer. I just said that. So you can be meticulous without spending the entire day or a significant portion of your time, right? So if you know where to search the project for existing issues, then you can do a quick cursory search to see if, you know, maybe an important string is already there. Yeah, and then you can file a bug if you don't find it. So what does a good bug actually look like? So there are some do's and don'ts. You want to include, like, your operating system, the package, software version, obviously, and, you know, any sort of relevant environment information. If you're having a networking problem, then maybe tell people, like, what your weird firewall, you know, rules are. Any sort of relevant logs, you know, what happened and what you expected to happen, and of course reproducer steps, because that's going to help the developer, like, go and try and reproduce it. And if they can reproduce it, they're more likely to fix it. Do not file a bug that's critical and say it doesn't work. That's like the worst. Or super highly opinionated. People will file bugs and be like, this is the worst issue in the world right now and it needs to be fixed. And it's like, well, you know, I mean, recognize the developers are people and have their own, like, roadmap and priorities and that kind of stuff. So try and just be like cut and dry, here's the facts, here's what happened, not, oh, it's the end of the world, right? And you know, try and file it in the right place. That's not always the easiest. I know, like, at Canonical we have, like, Launchpad and we have GitHub. I mean, do your best, but if it kind of goes in the wrong place, like, probably the right person's going to see it and forward it to the right place, right? So if we want to look at a couple of different types of systems, we'll start with Debian-based systems like Ubuntu. So Debian has report bug that you can use to help, you know, it'll use mail to automatically send it or generate, like, the email type format that then you can email. Ubuntu has Ubuntu bug that automatically, like, files a Launchpad bug with the, you know, write logs and stuff. But, you know, sometimes we forget to use these tools and we just go and file a bug. And if you do that, which is cool, then you can, you know, attach that information later with apport collect. You kind of type the command with the bug number and then it automatically collects the relevant logs and then goes and attaches it. You know, if your issue is at boot time, then you have dmessage will help, you know, sort out issue. Journal control is a beautiful thing. So journal control -f, right? You can just, like, watch the logs when you reproduce the problem and copy paste whatever those relevant logs are into the bug, and easy peasy. And then, you know, it's always worth reading the man page about various tools, including journal control. So -B0 is one of my favorites because that means this boot. If you want to talk about last boot, then it's -B-1, right? And so on. If it was a crash, then you can go check the crash file or the crash directory for a crash log and attach that. And then if you want to, I mean, again, we want to attach, like, whatever the software version is. So you can use apt cache policy, you can use dpackage-l. There are several different ways, right? The apt cache policy will also give you information about the repo that it came from. So a little bit more than just the version, so that's useful. If we look at Fedora-based systems, which is not my area of expertise, but I talked to some friends to get this information. So ABRT, abort, I guess, is probably how you pronounce it. It can be configured for automatic bug reporting. And then there's SOS report. It gathers a lot of stuff. It sounds like Ubuntu or apport collect, but it can contain, like, sensitive information that maybe you don't want to include all of that in the bug report, but it's useful for troubleshooting on the spot with the engineer, grabbing the relevant logs to attach to your bug report. And again, because Fedora uses systemd, then we still have the same journal control commands that are useful. And then you can use rpm-qa and grep for the package name to get the version. And you can use DNF list to grab the repo information. So if you just ask yourself the same questions every time you file a bug, you're likely to get the right information that you want to attach to it. Like, are there logs created when the issue happens? Is there standard out if you run the application from the command line? Sometimes that happens, right? That you could attach to it. Any sort of relevant environment information, again, like the networking one's a good one. If you've set up some special firewall rules, or if you've got like a VPN that you're going through, then that's important. If you can provide a short video, so in GNOME, you can do just print screen, which is beautiful, and take a little video of the actual issue, or even screenshots. KDE has something similar. You can hit the print screen, and then you kind of go tools and then record screen to take a little video. And again, like, what happened and what did you expect to happen? What were you doing when the problem occurred? Can you get it to happen again? And always as a bonus, like, does it happen on another distro? I definitely have VMs for Debian and Fedora that I will go like, well, this happens in GNOME on Ubuntu, but what does it happen? Is it coming from Debian, or does it happen on Fedora as well? Like, try and isolate the issue. But again, like, kind of, it's a time cost analysis there if it's worth it. And don't let the perfect bug be the enemy of the good bug. No, it's a little joke because it's actually Voltaire that said something like that. Is it software? Yeah, so if you have any questions, then email me because it's a lightning talk. So yeah, thanks. File bugs.
Hi everyone, so I'm Felipe Borges, and this is my typical advertisement talk for GNOME Boxes. GNOME Boxes is this app that I work with that is a virtualization managing app, so allows you to set VMs, and I always use any lightning talk opportunity to talk about it. So GNOME Boxes is this app that is designed with the idea of easily setting up a VM for those who don't actually have any idea about virtual machine internals, operating system configurations. So Boxes has a database of presets, and then it sets all the basic configurations for the operating system when the source has been detected. And it just performs an installation for you. And we are now working towards adding some preference overrides so you can actually customize your virtual machine afterwards. But the purpose of this talk is actually to tell you what's new in Boxes. I have been trying to pay some technical debt over the years. Boxes is kind of legacy in the sense that it started at the beginning of the GTK 3 times, and then a lot of things has happened. libadwaita has happened, and I've been trying to catch up with a lot of design practices and some internal things in Boxes that I've been improving. But I think we are catching up. This is some screenshots of the new virtual machine assistant that I worked on. This is still using libhandy, which is the GTK 3 equivalent of libadwaita. But the reason why we haven't ported to GTK 4, which is the modern version of GTK, is because Boxes uses this Spice widget for rendering the virtual machine display, and that one is still in GTK 3. But by porting this to libhandy, I am already using a lot of the libadwaita's patterns and ways of implementing UIs, and then by the time I'm going to be able to implement the display in GTK 4, then this is going to be a very easy flip. So I think that most of the UIs are already there, and then it's just the display now that is behind, and I'm actually going to talk a little bit about the display soon. But yeah, one of the things I also changed recently in Boxes was that we had this wizard assistant, so it was like page by page. You would select a file, go to the next thing and select the operating system, next select the resources. And one of the refactorings I did internally, because the way this was implemented before was because of some limitations about the preparation of the virtual machine. but we did some rework to be able to create them in just in a single click. So now if you were to select a file, you just get this dialog, which is already pre-filled, and then you just go straight away to create button if you agree with all the defaults. So now it's even just one click. You still can do this overrides. So here we have, for instance, like in the top, we have the name of the VM. It's just some name for yourself that you can overwrite. The operating system box is very nice because it pre-selects the operating system that has been detected, but you can also click there, and then there's a search bar, and you can select another operating system. So if you want to actually use defaults of another operating system, you can select. If you were to install some sort of obscure Linux distro that is not part of the database, you can select a distribution that is similar to it, that shares a same base. So that would work as well. We also have here this nice expander widget that is for Express installs. So Express installs are this scripted installation. We support some limited set of operating systems, but we're willing to work on supporting more. So that supports Fedora, Ubuntu, Debian, RHEL, I think OpenSUSE, Windows. So basically, you just enter credentials of the operating system, the VM that you want, and then when you click create, you just go for a coffee, and then the box is going to do the install and throw you a notification that the operating system has installed. So if you're doing a lot of VM installations, you just can skip the installer. I figured that it can be pretty boring to be doing the whole partitioning, selecting languages, selecting everything. So this is going to just take all those from the host. So if your host operating system is in English, it's going to install the VM in English, time zones, and all the other presets. You just really need to set credentials. And in case of Windows, you can set product key. Resources, we also have in the database the recommended resources that each distributor decided. So you can also tweak based on what you have, but the default resources are pretty reasonable. So once your VM is created, you can also tweak the preferences. So this is the part I was talking about that I've been working on expanding. Big criticism boxes had over the years was that once your VM was created, you just couldn't tweak it much. So that's something I'm trying to address without compromising the basic philosophy of I don't know anything about VMs, so I should not have to learn anything about VMs. So you don't need to get to this dialog ever unless you actually know what you're doing. But the idea with this dialog is that you can just overwrite the preference, enable some custom features like 3D acceleration. In the devices and shares folder, you can set a shared folder on your host that is going to be made available in the guest. And for version 45, I'm looking into adding some of virtual devices so you can change. So for instance, you could change the virtual driver for video, for network, memory, and you could get into the virt manager camp of overrides. So that's going to be nice. Here in the bottom, we have some specifics about libvirt. So if you are actually like hardcore virtual machine person, you can actually edit the libvirt XML configuration. So then you're just going to get into on your own business, right? We're really not supporting you changing the configuration of the hood. But if you want to do it, you can do it. And this is very convenient specifically because I'm distributing boxes as a Flatpak. So you don't actually have direct access to the libvirt daemon that is managing the VMs in the background. So they need to go through boxes because that's inside the sandbox. In a distro, you actually have libvirt running there on your system, but this is bundled. So for the future of boxes, so I've been working recently with this amazing libmkes that my colleague Christian has implemented. It uses this QEMU debuzz display for the display, mouse, keyboard, and the screen. And the great thing about it is already in GTK4, it performs very well with GL. And the idea is that once I am able to use libmkes for the display, then the whole boxes can be ported to GTK4. So it's going to be replacing the Spice GTK widget. At first, we're going to roll it as supporting both. And then at some point, we're going to deprecate Spice. I have some contributor that kindly has been working on ARM support. I've been also trying to get this going, so you will be able to virtualize ARM systems using boxes easily. QEMU already supports that, but boxes, since it has a lot of these pre-setups, we need to do custom ARM pre-setups. So that's what we've been trying to polish. And this is going to be great, especially if you want to try mobile OSs or embedded things, and it's going to be neat. Boxes in the Flatpak has these limitations about the bridge network. This is something we actually made a lot of progress recently. So basically, we're going to be able to use the network manager dbus interface to set up a bridge network between the VM and your host operating system. So you're going to be finally able to SSH into your boxes VMs that are running Flatpak containers. You already can do that on the one that is running on your distro, if your distro is doing a good job at setting up the bridge. I know that Fedora and RHEL do it. And yeah, USB redirection, there's ongoing work on devices portal, and once that is up, the code in boxes is quite trivial, so I think we are going to be able to soon be able to do this. So if you're running the classic traditional version, you can plug a physical device on your virtual machine and on your physical hardware and get it available on your virtual machine, so webcams and all those things, they kind of work. And they don't work as of now for Flatpak, but this is something that it's finally coming to life thanks to the work of distro integrations with Flatpak and portals. And that's pretty much what I want to do. You can visit gnomeboxes.org. I have their website with documentation. There is also links for you to help and the ways for you to install it in various distributions, and also the recommended way is Flatpak from FlatHub. So thank you very much.
Do I tell you what do I press? Okay, can I full screen it? Or oh, it's full screen. There, okay. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm going to talk about two fitness projects that are open source, Vega and Feel. The author of Vega unfortunately couldn't be here today. His name is Roland Geider, so I'm going to be presenting both of these projects myself. And I'd like to start with how we got motivated to work on these projects. If you look at the landscape of fitness apps out there today, for example, if you search for fitness on Google Play Store or workout or anything like that, you'll actually be hard-pressed to find any open source workout apps, not just for Linux, but in the grand ecosystem of apps on any platform. And that's really too bad, because then you're left with a bunch of proprietary software that obviously has certain disadvantages. For example, no privacy, no control over your data. You don't have control over the project, so if the project goes a certain direction, you can't really change that or influence the project in any way. And so we want to change this landscape, and we would like to make free and open source fitness apps the norm. Kind of do for fitness what Wikipedia did for world knowledge. It's a long way there. We're setting up some groundwork. Right now, the Vega project has an open API, as well as a client app that you can, as of this week, also install on Linux. I'm working on a somewhat simpler app called Feel that's been on Linux for a few months now, and I will discuss all of these in a bit more detail. So if you look at the Vega API, that provides access to all of your workout data and your fitness data that you store in Vega. There's a lot of it there. There's workout plans, workout recordings, nutrition plans, meal logs, weight tracking,
All of that data is either on your own server if you decide to self-host, or on the central Vega server. So that's an open API that any app can make use of. And besides the user data, it also provides access to a repository of exercises, which includes exercise descriptions, some videos, some images, and more. And it's this part that has gained a wiki frontend recently. So this is relatively new. It still has some flaws, but it's a web frontend through which you can contribute exercise information, exercise descriptions, exercise images, translations of this, and we hope to create a central resource that anyone can use for crowdsourced exercise information. So if you're looking for how to perform a certain exercise well, if you are looking to build a workout and need inspiration for what kind of back exercises there are, or physiotherapy exercises there are, we hope this is going to be the central resource. As it's new, it still has some flaws. One of those flaws is that you can't add licensing information to images. This is being worked on right now, so I would encourage you, if you want to contribute, to hold off on contributing images for now, but maybe store them in a folder and then plan to upload them later, because this is actively being worked on. So this is an exciting crowdsourcing project that's part of Vega. And since I keep mentioning the project, I should also mention the application itself. So Vega is the client, runs on the web, so you can visit it online, have it run in the browser. It also has an app on Android, which you can download via F-Droid. And as of this week, it launched on Linux, on FlatHub, so you can download that as well. It's an online-first fitness manager with all of the data that you saw on a few slides ago, with the whole Vega API fully integrated, and the entire complexity of it available to you as the user. Now, the other client app that I mentioned is Feel. Currently, this is offline only. There's being a lot of work done on it, a lot of rewriting that will allow it to integrate the exercise information from the crowdsourced wiki that I mentioned before. This work is ongoing, but it's still going to be offline first. And this app is focused strictly on guided workouts. So this is what exists for Linux and also for Android. But we're still far from the goal, which is to make free and open source fitness apps the norm. How do we get there? Well, it's not going to be me and Roland working in our spare time doing all of this. We need you. We need the community to help us get there. We need you to either contribute to the existing projects or build your own projects, but we need contributions from the community to help us reach this goal and help make free and open source fitness apps sustainable, a reality, and a presence in people's lives. We have some advantages as the open source community. We believe in sharing code rather than building from the beginning each time. We believe in certain ideals related to free and open source software. And also, we have the advantage of a diverse worldwide community taking part. And if everyone contributes just a little bit, we can build really great big things that a small insular team would not be able to build alone. So we have these advantages. And if you're feeling motivated and want to help us get there, get to this free and open source fitness future, there are a number of things that you can help with already. So I mentioned the exercise wiki. There's a number of ways you can contribute there. You can describe exercises, you can translate exercises, you can take exercise photos. Field uses a specific style of photo, a low poly style, that you can help take a photo and convert it to this specific style. And of course, there's more standard ways for you to get involved, such as development, such as testing, either user testing or testing, writing tests. There's UX and UI design work that you can do. And of course, there's the classic, simple if you have social networks or just in your local community, you can help us spread the word about these projects. So if you're interested, this is how you can help out. Both of these links contain information on how to contribute. At the end of each of these pages is a link to chat. So if you have any questions, any comments, any concerns, we'd love to hear from you. And that's all for this talk. Thank you.
Are you planning on using your laptop?
If you have slides, it's not necessary.
I have the slides here.
So, good afternoon. How do you like conference? Yes, exactly. They are great. So, my name is Josef Mlich, and I would like to tell you something about project I'm working on. The project is called Nemo Mobile, and this is some contacts on me. If you are interested, we can have some chat. I have same Telegram as Twitter, so you can contact me also on Telegram. And let's look on Nemo Mobile. So, what is it? Nemo Mobile is mobile operating system. It is based on Qt. Currently, we are using Qt 5.15. We are working on migration to Qt 6. We are still using Qt Quick Controls 1. So we need to migrate to Qt Quick Control 2, obviously. The operating system is based on Manjaro. It has about 20 apps and like 130 other packages. The other packages are going from Migo, from Sailfish OS. It is Conman, Ophono, GeoClue, and others. The question is why we are trying to do that. So there are plenty of alternatives like Fosh and Plasma Mobile. But I like simply the Sailfish OS idea, but they are closed source, and I like open source, and I can learn something. So that's the reason we are doing that. You can run Nemo Mobile on few devices. Currently, I'm using only PinePhone. We had some proof of concepts with PinePhone Pro, but I don't have a device, so I can show you. Well, are you interested? I can send the device to audience. So if you want, you can send it around. I ran it on the QtPy tablet, which is on the Ubuntu stand today. So it is great device, great open hardware. So I tried to make image for that, and it was working somehow. It needs some love yet. And I developed that in KVM because it's like uncomfortable to work with phone all the time. We have also some Halium ports. It means you can run it on Android device. iSyn port on code name is Sargo. I'm not sure, Google Pixel. I ran it also on the Volaphone I have, but currently I'm using Ubuntu Touch on that. And there are other devices which can be used, which are supported by Manjaro itself. So I believe most of things will be working somehow, but you have to check it yourself. I don't have device, so I cannot try it. So I had some demo with KVM, but let's skip it, or we will see after all how much time we have. What is current status of the device? I would say it's bad. We can make phone calls, but we don't have voice. So you have to switch pulse audio profile, and you have to do it manually, and after that it works. So it's not comfortable. So we have to fix it. It's like big bug. But it boots into UI at least. That's great. We have on-screen keyboard mallet, so we have own plugin, not the standard one, so it fits into our UI. Wi-Fi works, USB works, so you can connect to device and debug your application. That's great. You can use terminal, you can use Pacman, install something, for example, Megapixels, which is Phosh application or like camera application, which is adjusted for PinePhone camera specifically, but it is in GTK, so it doesn't fit into user experience really. And we have to try lip camera, but I think Manjaro have currently old kernel. I don't know. It wasn't working so far. I have to check why. So what do we want to do with system? We want to fix bugs. Obviously, it's necessary. We will be migrating everything to latest and greatest Qt. Yeah, this is one of the problems of Sailfish OS. For a long time, they are staying with Qt 5.6, and yeah, it's really old. And we want to use the latest and greatest. So this is one of our targets, definitely. We would like to refresh UI. This is a screenshot of our Figma. So we have some drafts of new UI. And we are migrating to some standard components. Well, the Nemo Mobile started with Migo, actually, like 15 years ago, maybe. I don't know. Then came Yola. They made that project Mer project, which means Migo resurrected, and all the components was developed there. We was using them, and it was working. Sailfish OS was using them, and they was developing them. They still do that, but they have own forks, and we would like to go back to upstream, because yeah, we would like to be as close as possible to upstream. And yeah, I am actually here to ask you to help me to fix bugs for me, because I want the device working with the system working with device. I want to use it as daily driver. It's not possible. You can contribute in many ways, but I would appreciate patches mostly. Currently, we are a team of, let's say, 2.5 developers, and well, it's not our day job. So we are doing it at weekends, at evenings, and it's going slowly. So if you contribute, I will be happy, and I can buy you beer or something. And that's it. So if you have some questions, I will try to answer them. We can try it. So I have this kind of KVM virtual machine, and yeah, I can develop settings like that. We have pretty much the same user experience like Sailfish OS have, so it's controlled by gestures. Everything is the Qt. Well, it's installed on top of Manjaro with all the XFCE applications, and yeah, it was possible to log in to XFCE and develop Glacier applications. Well, the Glacier is the name of UI components we are using. And yeah, this is our calendar application. It needs a lot of love, but I was at least able to import conference calendar into it. I'm able to import contacts, so when the telephony works, I have also contacts, and I can simply use it. Yeah, the text messages works somehow, so it's based on telepathy framework, and there is the telepathy ring extension, and there were some issues if I remember correctly. Well, there are a lot of bugs. Okay, so if you have no questions, then thank you very much, and I will happy to answer your questions later. Thank you.
Yeah, if you leave the web page, then that's enough. Up until here, I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, we did another last. Before ending, we yeah, woo! Before ending, we wanted to thank you everyone for joining, everyone who participated into making this conference possible. Thank you very much. Starting from, well, let's make sure I don't forget anyone. Attendees, well, Red Hat, who also helped us find the venue, the speakers, obviously the sponsors, volunteers, and the university itself. I mentioned sponsors, but I also, oh yeah, thanks. Go, clap, everyone. Thank you. I did say sponsors, but we promised them we would say them by the name. So, thank you very much. Canonical, Fedora, Red Hat, CodeThing, OpenSUSE, OnlyOffice, Tuxedo Computers, and Thunderbird. Thank you very much.
So all videos for the conference are currently on YouTube. So if you missed any of the presentation and you'd love to go back to that, please do. That's already there. We have two important conferences that are coming. The first one is the conference, the official conference of KDE Academy. Academy is happening from 15th until 21st of July in Thessaloniki, Greece. And we have Guarak that's happening from 26th until 31st of July in Riga, Latvia. So we hope to see all of you in those conferences as well. And now I'd like to invite Heather to talk like few words about, you know, from Canonical.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming. This is a pretty cool conference that's joint hosted by GNOME and KDE, and we really value that collaboration there. And we value the ability to work together and learn from each other instead of, you know, infighting. Nobody wants that. We had a lot of great talks, and I hope that most of you made it to the joint release party of Fedora and Ubuntu yesterday. I think that was a lot of fun and special, and can show the wider community that we can work together and be friends and stuff. We want to preserve the spirit of open source, which is the collaboration, the learning from each other, and it's all about free software. That's why we're all here, and promoting it for freedom for everybody. I want to encourage everybody. You know, there were lots of great conversations, talks that inspired your imagination. So please, if you had some good conversations, some good ideas with people, try and follow up and follow through with that. Don't just drop the ball and then, you know, a year later at the next LAS, be like, oh yeah, we talked about that. We should do that. Yeah, so follow up with those wonderful conversations. You know, LAS is a great opportunity to network and to collaborate and to learn from each other. And I hope that you all continue that spirit, and I hope that we all see you next year at LAS, wherever that is. So speaking of, if you really would like to host LAS, then please consider submitting a bid when we open that up. You know, it is effort, but we are here to help. So yeah, consider hosting it where you live. And travel safe, and we'll see you next year. If you have any feedback, you can email us at, you can go to, well, the contact up there. It points you to info@linuxappsummit.org. If you have some positive feedback or negative, just whatever, let us know. We're happy to take that into consideration. But yeah, so see you next year.
So yeah, last 2024, please send us a bid or come and talk to us if you'll need any kind of help. We'll be super, super happy to support you. If you have taken any pictures during the conference, please share it on our Telegram channel or in our email address. And in the end, I want to say some special thanks to the organizing team, which also I invite them all to the stage. I will start with Felipe, Dorka, Thomas, Alesh, Heather, Shri, Caroline, Dina, Kenny, and everybody else that... Thank you. And Shri wanted to say a few words.
I wanted to just say a few words. Few. Okay, I'm sorry. We've come a long way. We did the first LAS in 2016, and as you can see from now in 2023, we've grown. We wanted to grow larger. So please, if you've had a great experience here, please tell everyone what kind of conversations you've been having, what kind of impact it had made on you. I know that a lot of you, one of the things, somebody asked me, what was a definition of success for this conference? And I will tell you, the definition of success for me is all of us talking to each other. At Guadec, I gave a talk, and I talked about how GNOME people talk to a KDE person for the first time, and learn something. Yes, this is the one great thing about this conference, is that we actually get to talk to each other and understand each other's point of view. One of the worst things we can do in this ecosystem is to be siloed. And I urge you all to break your silos, come out and see each other as an app ecosystem, not as a desktop, but as something larger and greater than ourselves. Because by ourselves, we have some amount of influence, but when we're together, we're large and we're powerful, and we can move mountains. So that's it for me.
Yes, thank you and see you all next year.
Yeah, so I can like it, but it does some weird things. Like it's not dirty. It's like it's losing its color.
Okay, so I've heard that they don't age well. I mean, that they break down.